Okay, people, as you can see, we are live. We are live on the Pan African Daily TV this afternoon. So please make sure you are connecting and you are sharing this exclusive one on one with our prominent celebrity, Farouk Al Wahab, who has been on the move, busy, trying to touch some other stuff here. So as you can see, this cutie, handsome, sitting here. And just to make you understand that he's already in the studio. I know I'm not playing the jingle. I first of all have to show you that our guest is comfortable sitting, and those who want us to wake them from sleep to let them know that we're live, we would do that later. As you can see, today we have a very, very what do I want to call a very important, yes, a very relevant topic. As we said, 2023, we want to start touching on brands made by Africans, on economic, right? The impact of our economic, the contribution, the power in unity through our brands, our products. But now, actually, we know that Africans actually and not really focus on the African-made brands, like brands that are made, products and services that are being put on the global market by Africans themselves. So tonight, Al Wahab is here to actually lecture us on that. But he doesn't only talk, this guy, he talks and do, right? He's not just a talker. But today we're going to discover another part of him. Another part of him. We know him as a political analyst. We know him as the ambassador for VANUATO, the whole islands of the West Guinea Papua. And I know he would never start this show without talking about his project. That is where his heart lies. That is his mission and purpose in life. So he's going to break up with that. That I know already. Okay. And then definitely he's going to talk about, some political updates on the continent. That I know for sure. These are things that you can never stop. You can shut Al's mouth from speaking these things. It just comes out naturally. And so, and then thirdly, we're going to handle the main topic today, which is brands made in Africa, or African-made brands, or black brands. Yes, and how they begin to feature on the global market. And we're going to use a critical example called the NONI Organics. And you will not believe who is the founder and the CEO. You discover it for yourself. So people, I can see my chat company, my chat family, my chat brothers and sisters are already connecting. But I would like the VANUATO, the people in West Guinea Papua, to actually connect on this show, because they are global international ambassador. They are biggest mouthpiece, yeah, is sitting right here. The person that would take all it takes to give them freedom, no matter what he does. All what he thinks about is his people in the Caribbean islands, in the diaspora, in Jamaica, in America. That's what Al Wahab is all about. Okay, so that's a label itself. Al Wahab Farouk is a label itself, but we're gonna see what this label is bringing on the table with it. Okay, don't tell me my introduction is getting long, because I don't know how to shorten the lifespan of this guy sitting here, to be honest with you. I don't know how to just say a few words about him. He's that type. And yes, you would also have to get questions and answers directly in the studio. You have to call in the studio. Al would be ready to take some questions and answers. And I can already see people greeting you here and say, "You're welcome, my husband." Thank you, my queen. Wow. So I think, like we're getting our relationship program. I think this one also is going to be, the charmer is here. So I think his suitors or her suitors, or the queens that are saying, "We want to get this man," they definitely will call you and make a proposal online. Will you be mine? Okay, people. I think it's a tradition on the Pan African Daily TV that we cannot. Oh yeah, you see. Don't worry about the echoes. That you can. No problem. That we cannot go live without actually, putting on our jingle. People are already complaining. They don't know whether we're live or not. So please, we would go to our jingle shortly before we get back into the studio. You are watching the Pan African Daily TV with Dr. Susan Tata. the Africa we want. Unity, consciousness, our culture, our spirituality, our history. One Africa for Africans worldwide. Motherland's calling its diaspora home. Join my voice. Join my team. Join my campaign. Campaign 21 hashtag 1 million subscribers on the Pan African Daily TV YouTube. Be a volunteer. Apply now. Be the new Africa. Okay, fine. We are live again, like I said. Greetings to you, Farouk. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Wonderful. So, how are you feeling out there? How are you doing?
Everything is wonderful.
All right, fine. Thank you. I just want to find out from the community chat, is everything okay out there? Are we, because yesterday we had some echoes when we had Stanley live. Is everything okay? Please drop your message and your comments into the chat as we speak, because I don't want anyone to miss a point on what Al is going to be talking to or teaching us, mentoring us today. Where Cheryl Kojo, can you drop in the comment? I can't see anything. Is everything okay, or are we still getting some echoes? No echoes. Thank you so much, Reparations. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, go ahead.
Yes, everything is okay. I'm fine. I regard all your terrorists, business, and viewers. It's been pretty a while, but let them understand that I'm not the one coaching. Rather, you are the one not featuring me. And that is why I'm silent at the back. But now everything is okay. I'm back here. So let me say that to all of you. And then I think beginning of this year we've not spoken. So let me take the opportunity to wish all of you a happy new year, a prosperity that we wish for ourselves, and then also a healthy life for all of you. And then, yes, it's a new year. So let's see what the year unfolds, what the year has for Africa, and our discussions, subsequent discussions. I'm here. A vagabond is back.
Oh, okay. What we're going to do, and we had this issue yesterday, is when I introduce and I ask the question, I'm gonna go out of the studio, and Alp is going to be in the studio alone, so that he can carry on his conversation. So when I come back again, and then I'm going to mute him, because the echoes are coming back again. So, but when I'm speaking alone, there's no echo. So when Al is speaking, I'll leave the studio and he'll be alone to explain to us. So, Mr. Wakaban, Mr. Vagabond, tell us what you've been doing around. What is politics on the continent? What is every other person? I know you start with your people in the Vanuatu. What is the situation out there currently? And then what are some updates that we need to know? Elections have been going on in Nigeria, and we never wanted to touch any person because nobody would chew and handle this project like you do. Nobody will give us reliable facts that we actually can count on. So for that reason, we were waiting. So we have political update. We have your Vanuatu people out there. What are our people doing? What is happening right now? What is it that we should know? And when after these two questions, I'll come live again. So we get into the brand thing. So you can start telling your audience what you've been hanging around and vagabonding and doing here. But watch your mouth, okay? Go ahead.
Okay, good once again. Good afternoon, wherever you find yourself. Here's again. So the name hasn't changed. It's Farouk Al Wahab. I'm an international diplomatic consultant, and then also a special advisor, serving more or less like a deputy foreign minister for the people of West Papua. And West Papua is also one of the South Pacific nations, out of the 14, 15 South Pacific nations. West Papua is actually the only country, one of the biggest islands in the world, with more than 2.5 million population, and the country without an independence, and they are seeking to have a self-determination from the international community, put it that way. And the country is under occupation of Indonesia, which of course shouldn't be the case. But as we speak, there's a recognized interim government and an interim president, Benwenda, who is actually housed in the UK. Yes, of course, he flies in and out to the Pacific, precisely to Vanuatu, and then to Fiji, Solomon Island, Marshalls, to extend the Pacific meetings and briefings. However, there's international pressure, which European Union is actually pushing the agenda for West Papua to gain independence. And then also Holland being very good, supportive nation. A lot of communique is going on, and a lot of declarations have been done by several countries. And then at the ACP level, African, Caribbean, Pacific level, there had been also a talk about on the subject of how the only African descent, the only Black Africans who would say that they don't have independence on earth, yet they occupy the biggest island, and they are also one of the largest in terms of the South Pacific. Their population is bigger than all. Vanuatu is just 300,000. Nauru Island about 12,000. Most of the Polynesia, Micronesia provinces or region, New Caledonia, Kiribati, Tahiti, Nauru Island, all these, their population boxed together, about 5 or 6 countries before they get to the size of West Papua. Unfortunately, the Indonesian government is actually holding them up. So it is our prayer and then our belief that self-determination will be declared. The struggle still continues. But then we haven't given up. We will not give up until the entire space of African descent, a Black man or an African descent, would gain independence. Aside that, as Dr. Suzanne rightly said, there had been a lot of events on the continent. We've seen back-to-back some elections that before the Kenyan elections came to pass last year without any trouble as usual that used to be. And then the most headlined one was the Nigeria elections, which we have a president already declared in the name of Ahmed Asuwaju Jagaban Tinubu. And one would say that it was quite a competitive elections. One would say that to Nigerians, I'm very careful here, that, well, whether legitimate winner declared or illegitimate, we are looking at any political democratic dispensations. There are always a bit of arguments, including the Western Hemisphere, whereas the United States also had the coming in of His Excellency Joe Biden also was characterized by misunderstanding and then disagreement from the outgoing president, Donald Trump. So it is quite possible German's election had also been greeted with a kind of resistance, claiming that a certain electoral malfeasance took place, and so much as the whole world. But let us also bear in mind, as I've always said, why Nigeria election became so followed up or looked after by the world, of course, international community and that of Africa. Indeed, Nigeria is the biggest country in terms of population on the continent of Africa. Whereas the Nigerians will put the continents, their population around 250, I will put Nigeria beyond 300 million populated nation. Now, the United States is the world police. How did they become a world police? The First World War, Second World War, and after that, when still Europe, there were factions, there were divisions, the French, the English against the Germans, etc. And the world was warring all over. The Americans decided that, okay, let us all put our arms down. Let's go and sit in New York, and then let's exercise decorum. Let's understand ourselves, talk as human beings, function as a country, etc. There was a certain establishment of United Nations that put all the world country on the map. In the United Nations, Congress, whereas the host nation is America. So America took that as a way or means of making sure that the world listens to them. So they move ahead to be the American most indispensable nation, and they move ahead to be the police of the world, of the world. One would have expected that, yes, Europe to that extent is a bit divided in terms of who is the strongest, because there are two colonies, colonial masters, the French and English. And then also to some extent the Spanish are there, the Portuguese are also there. So they all have the ears of their colonies. But on the African continent, that is where the issue is. Yes, of course, we also subscribe to or ascribe to our colonial masters, namely the French, namely the English, and then also the Arab, not per se, but then the Portuguese, very few of them, about 6 countries are the Portuguese side. Spanish has 1, and then the rest, very few of them, Egypt, Liberia, and Libya. Some of these countries were colonized by themselves. Now, Nigeria elections, why it became so popular and followed up. Initially, during the campaign time, it was a bit silent. But on the due day on the continent of Africa, it appeared that everybody was looking at Nigeria. Ahead of the elections, we all noticed and experienced the kind of drama that took place, the kind of violence that was also being put out there or staged by all the political parties. The interest is that in the history of Nigeria, first time that they have 3 major tribal settings represented in one elections. It's been a very long time. 3, meaning a candidate from the Hausa belt in the name of Abubakar Atiku for the PDP. And then we also have Peter Obi, also representing for Monicha, representing, let's say, in terms of tribal setting, you talk of the Igbos. And then we have Asuwaju Baba Ahmed Tinubu, aka Jagaban, also representing the Yoruba land. So when you have a situation like this, the biggest tribal settings, the rest, Ichikere, this small tribal or the minority tribes, they are very meaningful, but then they also fall in a form of alliance, which one that they form up to, or they assign or they seek the allegiance or alliance with. So you will find out that the normal Nigerian political parties have been 2. Which are those? The PDP, the APC, and then also the Labour. There were several others, NNPP, etc. But those were not too much with much impact or too much with any highlights on them. The main ones were this particular, how do we call it? The 3. Yes. Where is Peter Obi coming from? In 2019, Peter Obi actually was the vice presidential candidate for Abubakar Tinubu of the PDP that contested with Muhammadu Buhari. And then also Buhari, also who had an Yoruba vice president, Osibanjo. And then also we had, let's say, outgoing Buhari. Quite interesting. One would say that he didn't show much of supporting his party, which is the APC. But let us be very careful here, and let us not forget that the APC party itself was formed out of, or born out of, some of the members who had been with the PDP in the olden times before. Most of the members were PDP, including even Asuwaju, who is today the president-elect of Nigeria. They were at a point PDP. Now, when Nigeria in 1999 had given way to military regime, given the military regime and picked up democratic elections or democratically elected presidency, who came up, that is Obasanjo. So Obasanjo at the point or at the time, as you all could tell, from Yoruba land, certainly needed a balance from the north. So he picked Atiku to be his vice president. Their government, the PDP, People's Democratic Party, they managed 8 uninterrupted years. Obasanjo went for 8 years. Still, PDP was in power. After Obasanjo his exit saw a certain Yaradua. So Yaradua came in, the same PDP, also topped up the elections against the, how do we call it, APC, which was, of course, had been the biggest opposition party to PDP most of the time, or almost all the time, since Nigerian democratic dispensation. Now, at that time, Obasanjo, and then also when he was going, Yaradua took over, so they won the third successive mandate. And then Yaradua ruled, I think, for 3.5, almost to 4 years. And then Yaradua also picked, because he was from the north, he picked an eastern person in the name of Jonathan Goodluck to deputize him and be the vice president. Whereas they did 3.5 years to 4 years, unfortunate thing happened, he died. That is Yaradua. So the rest of the term was made by Jonathan, His Excellency Jonathan Goodluck Jonathan. Now, so when he picked up from Yaradua, and then he also brought in a vice presidential candidate, and then he went in to complete the terms of Yaradua, something that has happened in Ghana before. After the demise of his president, His Excellency, the late President Professor Mills, that brought His Excellency John Mahama, and then also subsequently he becoming a president. The same destiny also happened in Nigeria. So Jonathan became the president, and then also after the term, the mandated term of Yaradua, he completed, ran into the elections, and then he won. Then in 2015, he won the elections, which wasn't bad anyway, continuity. So what does it tell you? Yaradua, Jonathan did 4 years. Jonathan alone went for 4 years, making 8 years. So PDP went straight up without any interruption, 16 years, 4 consecutive terms. That is what the PDP did. But interestingly, when Obasanjo was about to leave, there was some kind of skirmishes, there was some kind of commotions. He had a rift with some of the members, some of the people. If you look at the Abia State, OK Ojalo, and some of them, Amici and Co., all these guys, they defected and also became strong and then leading contenders and members of the APC. Now, it took the same Jagaban, today's elected president, and then in his house in Lagos State, invited all the APC or those who were not in agreement with Obasanjo and the PDP, and had a party established properly. So when they had this party was when they were looking for a certain presidential candidate who could have gone into elections against head-to-head with Atiku. So that brought about the elections of Buhari coming into power. And then he did the first 2015. It was Buhari himself, not with Atiku, but rather with Jonathan, who lost power after one straight term up with himself. And then Buhari took over 2015. And then Buhari 2015, 2019, the 4 years, the first mandate. Then the PDP brought Atiku, and then Atiku together with Buhari went on another competitive. So you look at it from the angle that Atiku, a Northerner, and then Buhari, also a Northerner. So that was also another historic feat, while two Northerners became a two competitive elections. They went into elections. So whereas Atiku picked somebody from the East to be his running mate. Then, gentleman, that was Peter Obi. And then Buhari also went to Yoruba land. Precisely, one would have expected at that time Tinubu was the front or the ranking member or somebody who also literally founded the APC government or the APC party big time. So one would have expected. But then Osibanjo, whom or Buhari picked, was actually handpicked by Tinubu today, a president-elect, and gave to Buhari. So you realize that Osibanjo was actually what we've been told, or what we didn't know, was in the camp or a manager or a director of Tinubu's associates, even though a professor. However, he was very close to Tinubu and his business links, etc. So he had given him to be the vice president, whilst he himself just stayed at the back. So Buhari first term, and then also that is 2019, and then 2015, 2019, and then his term passing through. One would say that incumbent government is always nice. In the case of Nigeria, PDP went for 4 terms. Then the APC were also looking for a third term. And how was it going to happen? So many of them, they threw in looking for to be the party's primaries was opened. They had almost about 12 or 13. Of course, one of the Nigerian only indigenous oil refiner in the name of Jack Rich, a very good friend of mine, young man, of course. It was a pity he couldn't make it up, but then all of them were in the race. Having seen that hottest competition at that time, nobody heard from Tinubu that he was even interested. But getting to the tail end, we noticed that, yes, the headmaster is here. He himself just stepped up to also contest. Now there was a very rift and then a difficult times between Tinubu himself and then one would say Nigerians, I'm sorry, would say that his boy, in the case of Vice President Osibanjo. So how was Osibanjo going to contest Tinubu? So it became an issue on the Yoruba land. It became an issue with the Lagos, and it became an issue with the network of Tinubu, whereas they were pressing on the neck of Osibanjo to withdraw. But he also felt that, come on, I've arrived. I'm a man on my own. So he also contested in the primaries. But we all saw the bigger margin or how Tinubu came out and then succeeded in winning that primaries, giving him the way to be, yes, the flag bearer. Of course, argument as to his age, his old, his etc. I mean, look at it. I wouldn't look at it as the performance that is the key in this regard. Much as I'm not giving credit to whoever won and whoever did not win, I'm also talking from the business point of view. I'm looking at that fact that Africa needs the best, regardless of if even the person is old, yes. Continuing over years, sitting in power for years, not going, that is a different thing. But the person coming to power and he has a vision and a proper vision to make the people gain employment, make the finance institution and finance work, make the country work, I wouldn't care, because it has happened in the country of Senegal, where Abdul Wad came into government, as time to be corrected, in his late 70s. But if you're talking about the Senegalese history all put together, one would say that 10 years time of 10 years governance of Abdul Wad saw the biggest transformation in the history of Senegal. So I wouldn't delve into somebody's age. I wouldn't delve that much. Some, of course, the age is disadvantaged, but then some also have used it to their advantage and made the country work. Now, 3 competitors. Tinubu is a Muslim from Yoruba land. We have Peter Obi, a Christian from Onitsha. And then we have Atiku, also a Muslim from the north. So how does it play? In Nigerian history, like some of the African countries, especially Ghana, whenever there's a Muslim presidential candidate, they make sure to balance it with a Christian, as in the case of Buhari and Osinbajo, as in the case of Atiku and Peter Obi at the time in 2019. Now, these elections, look at the dynamics of the Nigeria, how they came to be. Now, Tinubu is from a Yoruba land. He couldn't have picked from the eastern side because the eastern is featuring a presidential candidate, a vibrant young man of Peter Obi. So he wouldn't go there and rock the boat. And he wouldn't also go to the north. But then, of course, if he could not pick up also from his side Yoruba to Yoruba and Yoruba to the east, because east is featuring, he had no other option. He has to look at the mathematics and the numbers is in the north. Now, if he goes out to pick from the north, is he going to look for a northern Muslim or Christian? Of course, there are moderate Christians in the north, but they are very few. And how the north, which is traditionally very Islamic, or Islamism is very much the ideal, how would they allow maybe a Christian to be a vice president, considering the competitive nature of that elections? So, as people had ever thought, have always thought that Nigeria should not have Muslim to Muslim, this time around in this particular election, competitive wise, we saw Tinubu had no other choice. But then the clever thing in my view that he did was going to Borno State, the Maduguri belt, where Boko Haram normally would disturb and bastardize every elections that has happened in the north. That is where Tinubu went to pick his presidential candidate Kashim Shettima. So having brought Kashim Shettima on his side, then you look at the religious settings. Shettima is a full Muslim, a former senator, and then Tinubu, also a Muslim, of course, a moderate Muslim, whose wife is also a prophetess or a pastor or evangelist. Look at the dynamics. Now, Peter Obi, who is a Christian, a front runner, and then also from the East, a Labour Party, also needed somebody from the North, so that it will balance also the idea of a Christian and then also the Islamic context. So he also went to pick Baba Ahmed. So having picked Ahmed to be his vice president, and then there is a gentleman who has, three of the finest Nigerian private universities, Basel University and others, who actually is from a political home, but very silent, 52-year-old vibrant, who had been a governor, I think, in the Kaduna area or some times ago. So, a very fine gentleman. Nigerians have no issue. He has never been tagged with any corruptible practices. And this is a person whose father had over 100 children, and all of them were actively in the civil services or public services, and they served Nigeria well. So, Peter Obi's choice of the vice president, Babe Ahmed Dati, was not a bad one. So he also chose a fine one that nobody will attack. If not anything at all, look at their ages. So this one is around 60 or 60 years or 59. And then Baba Ahmed Dati also comes with 52 or 53 to complement the youthful exuberance for them. Now, Atiku had no choice. Atiku had no choice not to go to the west, the south, the southwest, or the Yoruba land, because Tinubu is there. He could have gone to the north, because Shettima had also been taken out there. Baba Ahmed Dati had also gone there, and he is also from the north. So he wouldn't play that northern card. So he has to go to the east, the Delta side, and pick Ifeanyi Korowa. So he went to pick Ifeanyi. So look at the dynamics. Western, Eastern, Northern vice presidential candidates, respectively, having a northerner, and easterner also from there to take care of the south-southeast, or to take care of the eastern part, or the south-south. So this is where Nigeria entered into the elections. Of course, ahead of the elections, there was a theory that His Excellency Buhari, the currency factor of it, to somebody's advantage, etc., etc. One thing, it is made clear that at least he's been the president. I will not touch base much, because Nigerians also have their view of how they saw him. And from where I sit as an international diplomatic consultant, I would only say one thing, that the Nigerian election bill, which has since in the generations from Obasanjo and all that, had not been signed, maybe Buhari was able to sign that into. Irregularities that marred with the elections are another subject. Nigerians should find antidote, or they should find there were a bit of excesses. But I wouldn't sit here and be judgmental about it, because when you do that, you incite the fire. At least the country had cooled off a little bit. Kudos to all Nigerians that regardless of the heat, regardless of the impasse, regardless of the misunderstanding, we've seen Nigerians have matured Because in the days of 1979, Mutala and then Shagari coming, and then overthrown Obasanjo, and then Buhari coming to take over, and then also Abacha taking over, and then also an interim Abacha, Babangida taking over, Abacha taking over, and then also Abdul Salam coming in, and then all this. So I realized the Nigerians had been very fed up. So this election alone, the kind of drama that engulfed it. Now that even one would say that the social media offered the platform for everybody to showcase what was going on, counting rooms, collation rooms were being filmed, etc. In spite of all put together, still Nigeria was not burst into flames. Yes, skirmishes here or there. Who says that even Vatican elections, sometimes it attracts slaps, but it doesn't come out? Who says that elections in Ghana, it attracts slaps? People beat people. In Europe, it does happen. In Italy, it's even worse. In other Western nations, in Spain, elections is very worse. The Catalonians, the Catalans, and then the mainland, etc., they've been having issues once it becomes fiscal blows, etc. They are there. Who says that Japanese system, they don't fight, they fight. They fight all over. Even the world's most oldest parliamentary system of Iceland, they fight in their parliament and they fight during the elections. So I would say that Nigerians look at how the whole thing went. So surprisingly, maybe expectedly, as the campaign was, Tinubu picked up. They are waiting to be sworn in, I think, on the 31st or 25th of May, normally. And Lega Africa is looking at Nigeria. That is where I'm coming to. Have not taken their position. Nigeria has not taken advantage of their population. Nigeria has not taken advantage of their wealth, because the individual wealthy millionaires in Nigeria, to some extent, some of them, their money at the level of a state is even higher. Their individual income or their individual wealth is higher than the state budget. So one still wonders why that country, Nigeria, a country that I fancy so much, there are things that I've done there or continue doing or have a very strong ties, strong relationship out there. This election put me also in a fix, because all the three camps, I was very deep connected to all the three camps. So my heart was divided, but then my heart was united. At the end of it all, let us see a peaceful Nigeria. Nigeria should be able to tell Togo, go and sleep. Should be able to tell Ghana, sleep. Should be able to tell Benin, sleep. And if I mean sleep, is not instructively, but then to calm down and cool off like America is doing. Of course, not all the foreign policies of the United States, in my view, are correct or properly sanctioned, because a lot of them comes with unilateral decisions, not multilateral. So one would say that it is a little bit sometimes abusive usage of the power. But Africa, if you ask us, which country is at the front line? Which country is leading Africa into the other destinations, into the other prosperity land, into the other richest land, into the other, who is making Africa what? Yes, we all came from colonies. We are colonized by other forces. But having been one of the biggest continents of the world, yes, in terms of population, we are not the biggest population, because India, China, their population is almost equal to the entire Africa. But if you're talking in terms of size of land and the resources, the culture is money, tradition is money, population is money. But in the continent has the most youthful bracket of all, referring to a country, Nigeria, that went into elections just last 3 weeks. Nigeria's population are between the 18-year to 38 or 38-year margin. They are more than 58% youthful. And no country on the continent of Africa have graduates more than Nigeria. But does it reflect what we see out there? Does it reflect politically how Nigeria influence on the other African countries? Virtually nothing to write home about. So when it comes to international diplomatic solution positioning, Ghana always come ahead of Nigeria. But under normal circumstances, that shouldn't be the case, because Nigeria should be able to stamp on authority and move. Egypt must listen. Ethiopia must listen. But if you look at the African continent, Kenya had taken a very nice diplomatic role, whereas the international diplomatic missions, etc., the UN and almost all the agencies are all aligned, or all of them lined up in Nairobi. What about Lagos? What about Abuja? So it has to do all the time they refer to security. When would Nigeria be able to solve their security issues? And then to look back and take the lead in the Africa. The biggest problem facing the continent, Dr. Tata, is not just only our politics and then our socio-political understanding, philosophy, and ideologies. It has to do with the fact that there is no country that is leading Africa. There's no country. When it comes to Europe now, the France has stepped forward. The Germans follow suit that we have the population, we have the strongest economy. Let's be together. When German pushes, when France pushes, they are all in alignment. Nevertheless, this is a country that the France has stamped them on them. Whereas in UK, the United Kingdom, or the England, and then the French, they caged the Germans. And Americans took half and asked them to sit down during and post Second World War till today, having a base in there. So they have already controlled them before. But today, Germans and France, they are leading Europe. They are leading the smaller nations, the Belgium, the Luxembourg, the Austria, the Czech Republic, etc. So there is a master, there is a leader. And when you go to the North American continent, America has taken a role ahead of Canada and all. They stamp on also even up to the Caribbean belt all over, and then leave the American continent, come and control even the Europeans, who had been also leaders of the world for 100 years, and then control the entire Africa and control Asia, and for that matter also Middle East. But when it comes to our settings, just like how China and India have taken the lead in the Asia, tell me which country is in the lead in Africa? Somebody should answer that. So one would have expected in the 1991, 1992, when Fode Sanko of Sierra Leone introduced the genocide in Kono, killing people, macheting their legs, their limbs, etc. It was after this, when Liberia was also having the same uprising, the two countries were tearing themselves apart. It was when Jerry Rawlings and then Babangida, that's time to be corrected. Oh yes, Babangida. And then also I think subsequently with Sani Abacha around that. They stepped forward and the Ghana did the proposal of ECOMOG. And then the ECOMOG brought Nigeria, headed by Ghanaian commander, moving in to stop the atrocities. Where did Nigeria adapt to? The continuity would have been expected or was expected. Nigeria went silent after the fall and after the peace was made in Sierra Leone for them to have their people, they have their culture, to have their city, they have their politics, they have everything back. Nigeria went back to sleep. Ghana, of course, is a smaller country. The money is small, so they will be playing around it. Ghana tries to position herself as a beautiful girl, but I'm sorry, the money is not there. But Nigeria has the numbers in terms of army population side, in terms of the police, in terms of the security agencies, etc. They are bigger in everything. So Africa had not enjoyed the services of the almighty Nigeria. Therefore, some of the things Nigerians have been doing or they've done have rather given the African countries sitting where branding Nigeria as the most corrupt nation in the world. However, yes, they might be right to some extent, but then tell me which of the African countries that is not corrupt. There are very few of them that are disciplined. Yes, there's corruption, but they're disciplined. You can talk about Botswana, they're disciplined. You can talk about Namibia, they are disciplined. Swaziland, somehow disciplined. And some other few countries, they are disciplined. But you cannot tell out, you can't say that they are not corrupt. So one would have wished that all the African, Caribbean, Pacific nations of 80, Nigeria still stands tall and bigger in terms of population, in terms of even size of economy, in terms of population, the youth and the graduate population. So if you have all this on your side, and the African, Sao Tome and Principe, Guinea-Bissau. Look at Mali. Yes, there had been coup back to back. The last 10 years, Mali has not seen peace. Who is to talk to Malians? Nobody. At the end of the day, Peduase Lodge, Ghana, declaration, Accra declaration, it brings no power because Accra hasn't got the power. They have the diplomatic mouthpiece. They don't have the power. Now, Mali, the same thing. Burkina Faso is in flames. Nobody. Where's the ECOMOG? Because terrorists are tearing Burkina Faso apart, making way for military to come back to back, back to back. But nobody is going there. Everybody has left them. Where is Nigeria's rule? And of course, Guinea-Bissau, Guinea-Conakry, there had been a coup. Now, African system, Senegal is warming herself up. Even though, unfortunately, it's the only country in the west of Africa that had never seen coup d'etat before. But now Senegal is warming themselves with demonstration back to back because a certain Macky Sall, the president, wants to go for third term. Because Alassane Ouattara was able to stage a third term. Therefore, Alpha Conde, he staged a third term. So these are things that we would expect somebody to talk. And one would expect the country to move is Nigeria. What about Cameroon? Look at the Ambazonia issue and then the mainland, or let me call it the central government of Paul Biya. Who talks to them? If not anything at all, the Bakassi Peninsula, Nigeria, you shared with Cameroon. So either that is the way, yes, authoritatively, if it was American, they will go back to Bakassi and said, okay, if you people are prepared, come, be part of Nigeria and create it a region or a state. And then your wealth can take care of that. Has Nigeria done that? 9. They rather even the site that belongs to them, the French maneuvered and took it. And they left it. So the Ambazonian issue, one would have expected that if not anything, it is how far is Kumba? How far is that Nyenge? How far is that angle, that edge from the south-south, Oyo, the Akwa Ibom state? How far is it from there? How far is it from Oron? How far is it from Calabar or any other of those places? It is not. So if you look at it from that context, I feel that it's not just about Nigerian elections. I'm looking at the Nigerian leader. So if Jagaban will do that, so be it. Nigeria must move. President Trump once said that America must be strong again. So I'm looking at Nigeria elections when the swearing-in takes over. Let the African continent all support. Yes, I'm told, I've heard there are court proceedings, which is also the normal legal system. They didn't pick arms. They didn't take arms because one would expect that if there should be any issue for Nigeria to burst into flames, the troubled land first would have been Ghana. The influx, we wouldn't be able because we have few. And so we struggle. They are our sisters and we are their brothers, as they will put it. But we would have been in a very big trouble. So thankfully, that quietness, the exercising the judicial system, either the election will be overturned or not, that is not the issue. But whoever, in the name of the new president-elect, assumes the role of Nigerian presidency, he must move Nigeria out from her economic woes. He must move Nigeria out from her security woes. He must move Nigeria out of the unemployment. These are the 3 major things that kills Nigeria off. Either than that, is there any fertile land more than Nigeria? The whole eastern, southeastern, the south-south. Vegetations. Whereas India is taking advantage of her population. China took advantage of her population. Turkish have taken advantage of their population. Brazil took advantage of their population. And for that matter, United States took advantage of their population. China not different. Russia not different. Countries with bigger populations have made use of the human capital and the human resources. And they've made use of what they have because there are people to work on it. So why Nigeria? Let's bring to mind that over-reliance and concentration of Nigeria oil as one product that the whole country feeds on, that is where Nigerian problems comes from. So the new president-elect has the power also to overturn that, yes, you can have other income naturally, not only from the Nigerian oil sector. Is there any country that has oil than America and Alaska and the Anchorage? Is there any country that has oil? Saudi Arabia oil, compared to this Canadian Alberta region, is nothing home to write about. Libya hasn't got oil more than Canada. Nigeria hasn't got oil more than Canada. Why are they not mining the oil? Because they don't want to conflict with technology so that they will be able to look at other things. And then it all needs. So all forms and all sectors of the economy bring something on the table, not to look at one side. Assuming United States were to concentrate the Las Vegas and the Nevada states, they have gold bigger than Ghana. So why is the world and Ghana so only obsessed with the gold? Destroying your own land, destroying your water bodies because you want the gold, which is not for you. The gold that you are mining to go and give to the West, to give to Europe, and to give to America, degrading, destroying your own land, destroying your water bodies. What have we gotten out of that? How much has Nigerian got? The oil money, of course, you and I and all of us know that it is shared among their politicians. So with the rich, the value, the assets of Nigeria, money that they've mined or they've gotten out of the oil, does it show, reflect on the body of the country, Nigeria? Is that what we see at Murtala International Airport? Is that what we see at the other airport? When inside Murtala International Airport, some of us were little babies. But the first time some of us in growing up, we saw Murtala, I think I was 15 years. Amazingly, you could have compared it at that time to Skipo. But now go to Murtala Airport, abysmal. So does the country progresses or retrogresses? So I'm saying that beyond the elections, all Nigerians, divisions, tribal, etc., must put everything aside. And then they should be spirited and put themselves together. So if the politics will be seized, the Peter Obis, and then also the Atikus, and then also etc., the Jagaban himself, would all put politics aside and man Nigeria first, I believe that Nigeria will be a country to lead. Because what happened? There had been emerging markets. When the world needed Nigeria to step up, they fell out. South Africa were supposed to step up in 2001. They left it in the hands of the Chinese and they left it in the hands of today, Turkey. When Korea struggled and took Japan on, yes, they made it. They made their money. Now they preach about social politics, etc. They are relaxed. They got their money. America and Germans competed. Germans and Italians and then Japanese, they competed. Where is the Africa? Nigeria. You are bigger than 2 times, 3 times bigger than Germany. Leave the technology. You also have the resources. You have the population. What have you done with it? So I think the election that came to pass had shown that at least, if not anything at all, the country had a third force or 3 party. So it gives a competition. It makes it very nice because the Jagaban, the Asuwaju who becomes the president, who is the president-elect, when he mounts on his throne as the president of the Republic of Nigeria, he still has in mind and he still remembers that his own backyard, the headmaster of Lagos, he had Peter Obi coming into Lagos and snatch a lead or snatch a power from his home base. What does it tell him? It tells him that he can do that in Abeokuta, he can do that in Leife, he can do that in Ibadan, and he can do that in Oshun. He can do that in most of the Yoruba lands. So this is how we should be looking at, because where he, Peter Obi, in the eastern part, PDP, also Atiku went there and took seats from him. Jagaban had gone to the south and took seats. And then also Atiku had gone also to Yoruba land and picked seats. So it has been one of the fair and fine, regardless of all the difficulties, regardless of all the malpractices, regardless of all what took place, which of course, condemnation is regarded. It has been condemned all over. It has never annulled the elections until now. So one would say that Let a new president come and think of Nigerian population and think of unemployment. But if it's politics as usual, then there is no need. So back and fast forward as our topics today. I've spent a little bit time on Nigeria because it's I'm very passionate about Nigeria and their role, which they have not taken in the African continent. So Africa as it is. When we meet at the AU, the African Union level, who had been the leader? Muammar Gaddafi, the late, positioned himself somehow to lead Africa. Unfortunately, we couldn't protect him and he got executed. And of course, by the West, over an excuse of what? Long stay of power. But then we will also not forget that during his time, it was the only country that never borrowed. It was the only country that we didn't see her citizens begging, or the only country that the citizens were working in European or American or Asian kitchen. Because a certain insurance, a certain money was shared for them, a certain car insurance was taking care, and a certain reparation, maintenance of car was taking care. A certain population of 4 million under Gaddafi, a certain apartments and houses up to 10 million were built, including foreign population. But we don't have any of all that on anywhere on the African continent. So my question that before I end on this topic, that which country is the leader or in the leadership role of the African continent? A question and a research which I believe that the Royal Lady, Your Excellency, the Queen Mother of Ambazonia, Dr. Tatao, you must, Dr. Tatsuze, you find out why and who and which. So we do anything anyhow. If you go to school and then your headmaster, your head teacher is not in the school, your class teacher doesn't come, and there is no strong class prefect, you know the behavior. That is the behavior of the African continent. Because by now, as far as some of us diplomatically we are concerned and we know, over how many years that the African Union has been established, way back, Haile Selassie time, the first chairman, way back, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the third chairman of the African Union. Their time, from 1966, that some of them, they became late, or how do we call it? Their governance came to an end. Till today, agreements among ourselves, borders, open borders, visas, free exit and entry had not been reached, had not been signed. And those declarations and communique, Minister of Foreign Affairs, trade ministers, whatever ministers, have worked on documents till today. They are not being signed because Cameroon will not sign to stop a visa requirement from Gabonese. Gabonese will not sign. So isn't it so amazing? The worst of it is even the Central African republics. I feel so pity when it comes to one block, the Central African Republic. And for you, luckily, you all had English, French. And yet, from Guinea Equatorial, that is even the Spanish, Guinea Equatorial to Cameroon, you need visa. Central African Republic, Bongi to Gabon, you need visa. Gabonese to Central African Republic, you need visa. To Congo, Brazzaville, you need visa. Cameroon, Gabon, you need visa. This and that, Burundi. What's all that? What? There is no leader in the Central African Republic. No leader, because all of them are playing politics. So it is the story the same, but at least West Africa, in terms of visa, the only country that was not allowing was Liberia. But after they failed, they had their issue, they realized the importance of how West Africa played the role before they stopped. They were giving visa to every West African country, including Sierra Leone, which was on the border with them. We have, at the AU level, Thabo Mbeki, President Kufuor, Obasanjo, Festus Mogae of Botswana, and many others have all signed, plus Muammar Gaddafi, that we should not demand visa from one African country to another. Yes, I'll be proud here to say that Ghana is the only country to today, and to some extent Kenya, but not to all other countries, to some extent Zambia, but not to other countries, that you can go in as an African citizen and take your visa on arrival at the airport, if even the visa is needed. The rest, South Africa, they are the number one. They issue visa to every African country, including some of even their neighboring, the SADC and the frontline states. What about the East? And what about the North? Algeria is not seen eye to eye with Tunisia, and yet they are borders. Morocco is not seen eye to eye to Mauritania, and yet they have borders. So we have a certain kind of classical misunderstanding with the realities of the modern day economics and the modern day nation building, advancement, technological enhancement, and liberation of our citizenry. Because if you are to leave Accra to Lagos, 600 kilometers, any good car should take you 5 hours or 4.5 hours, plus minus. But the kind of impediments when you are leaving my country, Ghana, but then the others are also the same. You are leaving Ghana, 20 kilometers to the border. Ghana will put customs. Yes, a Ghanaian, they will spare you, but the Togolese passport, you start paying until you get to the border. Then you enter Togo. They also say, okay, where are the Ghanaians? Come. Nigerians, where are you? They also collect, paying. You do Lakoji, they also collect. Where are the Beninois, they take their people. Where are the Nigerians? Pay. Nigerians will also. It is the system all over. That market women who are the normal day-to-day traders across border. And then the most worst of it is all the African borders and frontiers, they are one people, one family here, one family there. Colonial line or colonial demarcation divided them, but the culture and traditions, their house is here, they have a family house there. Aflao border and Togo border, Lome, they are the same people, one language. When you go to the Shona people, you go to Zimbabwe, and then also the Botswans, they also have the issue. Where from all this on the continent? You go to the Kenya, Tanzania side, the Ronga, and then the Kenya border, it is the same thing. The customs would disturb. Tanzania and Congo, the same thing. Everywhere on the continent. Côte d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso, west. Côte d'Ivoire, Liberia border, west. Côte d'Ivoire, Mali, west. And then also Guinea, Liberia, bad. Then also Guinea, and then the Kamba border of Sierra Leone, very west. Immigration customs, we see ourselves as enemies. And I'm saying that which country is stepping forward and bring back that the African Union, if the African Union cannot function as what the purpose of which it was established, what is the point? There is no point. We don't need African Union because African Union is how many years older than European Union? And yet, the European Union, we saw a certain Romania in the 1980s. We saw Romania in the 90s under Ceausescu. I'm sorry. Romanians didn't know how to even to flush. I'm sorry once again, even toilet. The Eastern German spy, GTR, in 1990. Bielefeld, Chemnitz, Aschenwugenstadt, and then all this Leipzig, etc. We all saw how people have lived out there up to Berlin East, Berlin border, from Verden entering to the eastern side, Kreuzberg or whichever. Look at how they have lived, and now go there and see advancement, development, and the unification. You will think of just under 32 years, and let's compare the 32 years border between Ghana and Togo. Let's compare the 32 years, because a certain understanding and some people have moved themselves, or some of the countries have staged forward to be headmasters, and also the world must listen. They understand themselves. When Greece fell in economic recession, the worst ever in the world, Germans stepped forward to bail them out. They couldn't get money to pay even their salary for a day. Drinking water, they didn't have money as a country on their own. Germany went to bail them out for them to lift up again, and now they went into Whereas it was one of the ancient and the oldest colonies in the entire world, one of the civilized nations in the entire world. They've slipped into, as of resource, politics. The Germans built them out. European Union came to cover their shame. Let's see, as I've always asked, which African country has ever given $10 loan to the other African country? And yet, we are always going to the East, to Asia. How would an African country go to Malaysia to come to your aid? Whereas Nigeria took care of Malaysia. Whereas Nigeria gave loan to Singapore, they didn't collect under Shagari. Whereas Nigeria gave loan to Indonesia and they didn't collect. Free gift, free pro bono. They didn't collect. Compare where Nigeria is and where Indonesia is. Jakarta and Lagos. Compare Jakarta and Abuja. Compare Jakarta and Kano. Malaysia, they are started as the leading producer of oil, red oil, the palm kernels, the palm plantations. They use the Ghanaian extension officers. Look at where Accra, Ghana farm. You can never get one serious farm that is up to 120 acres. That the state even make money out of it. And yet, Malaysia, that you send your extension officers, that is where they brought their country. Building the tallest building as in 1980, as in 1992, 93, 95, was the tallest building in Kuala Lumpur, in the world. A poor country in the last 32 years. So, here we are. And I think maybe Dr. Tata, you may have to come in before we're switching into our second feed. Then I take a small water break for a minute. So
thank you very much. Thank you. Take your water and come back. We'll be right here for you. Wonderful. Greetings. Thank you, people. I mean, this has been hard. No other person, like I say, will handle these critical topics like our brother Farouk Al-Wahab. We want to salute all you Ghanaians. I mean, not only from the Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the biggest brains on the continent still seem to come from Ghana. Even though he's talking about Nigeria, in terms of, you know, if we look like in the US, we have more Nigerian doctors than even the US Americans. This is a fact. This is statistics. All right. If we talk about Nigerians in the US, even the intellectuals, Nigerian will come 99.99. That's a fact. But when it comes to leadership, Ghana could be much better. Okay? So I want to thank our brother. He's coming back. He's coming back on other issues. And you see, this kind of brain is not given anywhere. To be honest with you, I never asked Brother Al-Wahab that you're coming to talk about the Nigerian elections. But I know as an international political analyst, an international broker, consultant, and we call him the African and the world encyclopedia. One and only encyclopedia. Okay? So we have this kind of brains. I saw a sister said Al-Wahab for the president of Ghana. No, Al-Wahab is the president of Africa, the new Africa. The kind of intelligence, I've never seen it. Wake him up at any time. He will give you the history, the statistics, the politics, the economic, the social in every country, A to Z. That's how much we respect this giant, these brains that are coming out from Africa. Now, let's do one thing. I know we are all eager. We are very anxious. And like I said, nobody would do these topics more than Al. We have to take a country by country. And like you heard him said, I'm the one that is not really coming out. No. He's been going on doing projects. And I would like to bring him in now to talk on this perspective that we talked about. Brands made by Africans or by black people, black businesses. We have a big problem. We can talk about politics. But if we don't control our economy, we're still going to be stuck talking over and over and nothing happens. Now, when I talk about economy, it's a general word. But today, particularly, we want to talk about why do Africans prepare to buy China brands, European brands, Gucci, blah, 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 more than African-made brands? Okay, why do Africans not consume brands made by Africans? We did a small research. First, we found out that Africans are not aware about African brands. We see brands in the shop, on the shelves. We actually don't know, apart from some very big mega, institution or countries or brand makers that we know, whether it's in terms of fabrics, whether it's in terms of cosmetic, whether it is in terms of, we usually don't actually know which brands are made by Africans. So there's a problem of branding, there's a problem of communication, there's a problem of actually, because we have been fed with the narratives that Africa is poor, Africa needs donation, all the images on Africa has always been the poor of the poorest. Nobody has been taught that African was the first people in the world that discovered everything, but also was the first traders in the world. We built brands of all sorts. If you look at the Ghana Kente, to the Cameroonian mud cloth, to the Mali hand-woven cloth, those were fabrics that are original, indigenous, but today, we're running and wearing some colorful things made by Holland people and saying that we're wearing African brands. Cotton. We don't know any continent in the world that has cotton. Just look at Ethiopia. And you look at the cotton, it's the first hand. Okay, all this what we wear today, the colorful brands that, are sewn in Africa, like what I'm putting on, is 100% Ethiopian cotton. But sometimes when we go to the shops, we look at these things, we always think that, no, it is the Western, the Africans cannot do browns. The Africans are only good, they can play djembe, they eat fufu, and then their stomachs are large, or they run after women. No. Today I'm going to disprove you. That's why I said, we're not going to just be talking. We're going to be showing the people that talk and do. Now we know Al as a political analyst. We know him as the most intelligent, the most intelligent Africa alive. We know him as the man of the people, the voice of the voiceless. He's the ambassador for the VANUATO. He advocates at every point. But today we're going to see Al as also bringing a global brand to the continent and its diaspora. Unique, organic, pure, original for all skin types. Whether they are drinks, we use it to shower or we use it to cook or whatever. So Africans can do. We can talk about everything. Africans can do. And now because we talk about Nigeria as that big market, we're going to launch it in Nigeria. And imagine, we don't even need the Western market because our market alone is enough. So before we finish with our continent, then we start thinking, okay, maybe, just maybe, we can think about, America. But when we think about America, we're thinking about our people in America. So these brands are made for the black skin, for us, for the melanated. But yes, other people can use. We also use other brands, but what? But when I say an innovator, a creator that comes with something to say, I want to design something that makes my women, my queens, my king look beautiful. Something that brings the positiveness, something that we take from our plant, because this is things that we keep talking about every day. So I'll bring up, I hope he has taken his water, he has drunk water and minding his African business. I'll bring him. But before I bring him, take a look at this. Because when we are both on the screen, you have seen, I don't know what is absolutely going wrong. What kind of witchcraft is just going on these days. Ever since we got our new camera, perfect everything. Now, anytime somebody comes in the studio, they just want to crap this thing down. But you know what? We will win anyway. That's it. We're going to win. It's our time. Okay. So let me just show a little bit of the brands here. And then when he comes, we'll start taking questions, from you, or he's going to explain this process here. I know YouTube is going to flick this one up because because there's a copyright music on it. But you know, we're not about that. We good. So that's organic noni.
Where, as we do, you've seen the noni in drums. These are the natural noni chaff, noni juice, and then the black soup that comes with it. So everything that happens for this company, it is purely organic, authentic, natural, with full of naturalness. The machinery that you see here are machines only that to complement what we do, to complement the bottling, to make it of a faster rate. Of course, we cannot use our hands to bottle in a commercial quantity. It's not possible. So these are the only thing. This one is the heating and then the mixing machine, which of course it makes it very easier so that we're talking about commercial quantity. Anything that you are seeing here, Mandy, what's your name? What? Perseverance. Of course, the name itself even tells you. She is also one of our able staffs, Perseverance. You see her, you can tell her that she's very serious. These are the people who have really put up whatever that was happening here. So just to let the public know, it is purely authentic. And this machine, this does the heating, the juice. So we bring the juice here just to heat it because it's organic, as you all can tell. At least if there are any small little bacteria as an
Good. You're gonna work.
okay. Members of the public, I mean, just also to introduce to you the noni juice. Organic noni juice without any additives. Organic noni juice without any mixture of any substance whatsoever. Well, if you are traveling, some people may have this one maybe a bit heavier. You may not be able to take it to your company bag. Indeed, we have a drum, which is more or less also a highly concentrated, as a booster. It is the same thing that is being packaged here. So indeed, what it means is that instead of carrying the big bottle, which for the home, you can indeed also take this one with you, which you are allowed even on board in case you are flying and in case you are going for a turnaround visit for a day or two somewhere. You just need this one. So we made it very convenient for anybody to be able to hold it wherever that you go. Still, once again, it comes from nowhere and there is nothing inside than only this particular amazing fruit that you see here. We're backed by this fruit. So either we get it from the fruit, the juice, we get it from the fruits, or we get it from the leaves. Amazingly, noni, everything of it, including the trees, including the roots, including the seeds. This company produces tea bags, not only creams, not only bar soap, not only solid soap.
Wonderful. Okay, people. Thank you so very much for your attention. But what I just want to say before I bring the founder and the CEO is that we have millions of Africans doing this stuff. We have Africans in the diaspora with, amazing black made brands. If I went to the shop and I saw these brands, To be honest with you, we'll be thinking, oh, they come from Asia, they come from China, because Africans know nothing than just run after women, and just make babies and just do stuffs and stuffs and stuffs and stuff. To be honest with you, Africans are doing exceptionally good thing. And on the Pan-African Daily TV, yes, we do educate ourselves about the politics, about our challenges and stuff like that. But like I said, 2023, bring your brands. We're going to promote you. We would showcase you. We're not asking a penny from you, because somebody has to do it. If you know any African that is doing amazing things, whether they are fabrics or whatever, bring your brands. We have to start showcasing our brands. You have to get into the shop, know where they are. Whether you're in the Caribbean or on the continent or whatever thing, please, you need to start ordering. We need to quit working and earning peanut money and start doing our own business, because we have manufacturers. We have a lot of manufacturers, whether in the diaspora or on the continent. Africans are coming up with powerful brands. They've always been doing it. They've been doing it all the time. But there's never been any channel that would say, I sacrificially would sit here and just put my people's brand, put my people's face, put my people's know-how, intelligence, and everything they can do for free. Because we've been taught that everything we do must have money to it. And so that's why we even take our money and give to other brands without even knowing. This decade, that foolishness, as we say, is over. If I don't make, I don't eat. If I don't make, I don't wear. All right? So we have to start putting our money where our needs are. We buy from our brother, it goes back into the coffers of the community. We have to stop that foolishness of giving our own money. And then we'll come here and say, oh, look at the Jews. Look at the Chinese. What do you think they do? Come on, give me a break. Do you see them go and buy your own things? Never, ever. They would even take the one that you have and put their label on it, made in China. Okay? We are the only folks in the world that are made to just consume and consume and consume. Now, don't tell me that has to do with politics. Don't tell me that has to do with leadership. Don't tell me that has to do because we had bad leaders. That has to do with us. Not even knowing who our producers are, manufacturers. That has to do with us. We don't research. We're so lazy. We're so comfortable and just go and shop and pay and do and don't even care what is in it. That time is over. Everything that we were tricked in is over. Now is the time, and the biggest brands, the youngest, richest, wealthiest, billion, I don't know whether there's some other thing, trillionaires are coming from the African communities. Okay? So yes, I'm bringing in this Mr. Handsome to give us another pure lecture. You've already seen his brands and stuff like that, but he doesn't talk about things like that. Do you know how to research to even find out that this guy here is the one doing products like this? I had to queue because I only know him like my analyst. If we want to hear about politics from any country, I can only bring Al here. Any other person can come and just say, I hear say, or can just say from what they read from all these junk journals or propagandists or whatever. The person that will give you first hand. Whether he's sleeping, his ancestors are telling him things that will happen or will not happen or comes again, I don't know. I don't have a clue. We have to consume what we make. I want to salute Baba. Baba Marvin is here. If I don't make, I don't wear. So that's the slogan. All right. So Al is going to lecture on why we are disadvantaged, our economies are disadvantaged because we don't put money in our own brands. We give our money to other economies, even though we don't even make the monies. So he's going to lecture us again. I think we have about 45 minutes with him, and he's only going to do with our economies and made in Africa brands by Africans or African communities. Brands means projects or any other thing. Brands doesn't mean it must be products or services. Brands just mean things that Africans produce themselves, Africans have to start consuming them. Thank you very much. You heard me, but I'll have to leave. I would have to leave so that we don't get the echo collision. But I love it. I love it. Okay, because sometimes both of us or me being in the program is always a distraction. Okay, so you heard me from the background. So just go on and tell us and lecture us again why our economics or why we are poor, because we keep giving our monies to other brands and to other services and to other industries and companies. Do you think Africans know that Africans manufacture the most beautiful brands? Do you think that Africans understand? And even if they understand, why is it? What is the problem that we would always, what is that thing? What is that thing that makes us to give our money? Not intentionally. What is that thing that I cannot drive far to go and give money where my own would go back? A lot of people have said it's jealousy. Africans are jealous of one another. I don't believe that. A lot of people have said that, oh, we don't want each other to grow. I also don't believe that either. So I think there's a lot of ignorance and a lot of lack of a competent platform like Pan-African Daily that would take off that time, research. You didn't even tell me about your brands. I don't even know why. But I found out, and I found out a lot. But I'm lucky that I have access to you. The others that I found out, I don't have access to them. So please, it's time. Tell us what we need to do and how we need to do it. Over to you.
Okay. Thanks once again, my beautiful Susan. Let me take it from this angle. The angle is that, yes, it's quite challenging for me to believe, first of all, that African entire population is 1.2 billion, 1.3 billion. It is not true. We've been made to believe because somebody told you your population census, not what you yourself had researched. So if you are to do clinical and then also in-depth analysis, and all countries are to table forth on the continent of Africa, the true nature of our population and its standings, or the population census. Africa is close to 2 billion by far. It is close to 2 billion, because if you have the three biggest African countries, the fourth in terms of population, namely Nigeria, Egypt, Ethiopia, Congo, and then you put others together. Whereas the West African region gives you about 450 officially. But of course, we are more than 600 to 700 unofficial figure. And the same thing, put all the aggregations together, we are around 1.6 or 2 billion populated continent. Because yes, we are known to be the labor birds, whereas we have a girl of even 10 years, 12 years, and then at 15, she's a mother of 2 or 3. So if population has to do not with animals, excuse me to say, but human beings, then we are more than the figure that we are made to know. Population is the money. Population is wealth. Now, you talk about brands. In my case, what you saw out there, well, courtesy to your own paparazzi network, thanks anyway for popularizing or showcasing what we do. And that is from NONI. And NONI, for those who have not heard the name, you can Google. It's one of the best and the most powerful antioxidant fruits ever on earth. And then precisely the people of Uruguay, they will tell you what NONI does, including their hospitals. And when any form of illness, they prescribe NONI in any kind juice ahead of any Western drug. What about the Pacific? Australians are very used to NONI. New Zealanders are very used to NONI. And all the South Pacific nations, Fiji, they have NONI oil. Vanuatu has NONI, all of them. So having toured around the world, having seen a lot, noni is a plant that I would say that nobody sees. Yes, now there are farms coming up, but you don't know from nowhere, you see them in your backyard. I'd gone to one of those, my trips in the Pacific, and I saw noni drink, and somebody was lecturing me on. And then at Fiji airport, I saw noni juice, I saw noni oil, noni this, noni that. I said, what, wait a minute, what is this noni? So I saw the plant, the fruit. To my amazement, I have the plants and trees in my own house for over 15 years, and I live with it. But the only interesting thing that I found with it was the fact that the only plant with fruits like oranges or fruits like apple, and you don't find any bird, any flying bird, or excuse me to say snake, going to that plant. For 15 years in my house, I've just one time seen a bigger bird, and that bird, I believe, even came from the Himalayan. They were lost bird because they had a tag, and they landed in my house some 2-3 days. They landed on the noni tree. So I was shocked that I had the trees without knowing the name. I haven't researched anything. And that started about 10 years, but precisely my attention was drawn to it some 2018 in Fiji at the airport. So I asked them what they do with it. So I had a lecture. In Vanuatu, not knowing that it is all over Uruguay, all over in the Central, Latin America, South America, everywhere there's noni. Africa, in Ghana, you will not believe the noni that we have it. But nobody seemed to have understood where and how it got into their homes. So to some people, it's a decoration, flowers in front of their houses or shade. That is what it was used for. So having a little bit of education about it, then I said, okay, if it is antioxidant, and a lot of things could be built out of it. So for not being proud to say, but at the moment, I would say that my outfit with my two brothers, all of them are based in South Africa. We have 23 products out of the noni. And the 23 out of the noni, we have the juice. Noni juice gives you a very strong metabolism. People with diabetes, people with other form of illnesses, amazingly, they can try it and see. Very organic, nothing, not even a water. And if anybody knows about it, it's the only fruit, when it juices itself, put a gallon of water in that, even a glass of water, noni will just separate it for you. Anything that goes in, noni will separate it. So very delicate, very complicated. So it took us time to research. So we realized that nothing messes up with noni. Therefore, we decided to have it organic. And probably last 2, 3, 4 years, following up, we have come out with a top-class South African standardization, and I had a purpose why it was registered in South Africa, and we have the South Africa doing the final finishing touches, or we doing the assembling, or we doing the manufacturing or the production out there. The bottling, yes, we do some in Ghana, but we do some. All the raw materials of noni are organic. No single chemical, no antioxidant, no chemical, nothing of this sort comes into noni because it will reject it. So we took the raw materials, noni, you store it in a container, allow 2, 3, 4 months, 4 or 5 months. The longer it stays, the potency, the higher the potency. We have noni that we can keep for about 2 years. It juices itself. We extract the juice, concentrated, and then the chaff, we blend it for other things. Amazingly, noni with black soap, noni with shea butter, noni with this, noni with that. People with complex skin diseases, it takes it off. Glutax, which had been one of the German chemical used to clear those with black spots. If you do a research, cleverly They didn't introduce a noni, but then it is noni that does that. The effect of it is when a black lady use that injection, they become fairer. We are not promoting any bleaching product because it's not a bleaching product. But whoever is black or dark, it gives you your skin perfect shape. It clears everything. So we have the noni lotion. We built our own with those ladies from Zimbabwe. And top class, we had a lady who is also gifted. We'll talk about that as the branding or the brands is subject of our discussions this evening. It will interest you to know we have the noni oil, and those who have used it, South Africans who have used it, we wouldn't talk here because we are not doing only, we will not do advert, and we are not seeking to promote on here. And a better time, your platform will seek to do justice to it. But just to let me to say that it is not only what we have self-created or invented. I don't have, and we don't have any expertise graduated cosmetologist with us. I am not a cosmetologist. I'm not. The staff working on it are high school and elementary school leavers. We don't have any graduates among them. And these are the people working on it. My Accra office, when you come, SHS girls, they are doing the product. The lotion for shower, and then the solid soap for bath. It can match any product. And then the noni is, of course, is a black. It's very dark in terms of color and everything. But you use noni soap as dark as it is. Wash anything white. It becomes whiter than anything on earth. It doesn't stain. You can pour noni as dark as it is in any white dress and then use water and wash it. You'll be shocked. So that is how it does to the human body, etc., and the skin. So there are a lot. The packaging had been the problem. The being accepted by your own people is the subject of the brand and its difficulties as an African. Now, I'll not restrict only to noni because there are several beautiful products that are more than ours. But who knows, as she said, are the people behind it. How many African organic products that a white man, that an European, that an American, that an Asian comes to pick the concentrate, the organic, the original, take it to their end, redesign it, chemicalize it, bring it back. That is the one that we want. But the authentic one, we don't want. Not only restricted to usables, but we are talking also about health products as part of the African brand. Go to Europe now, the Holland organic shops. Go and see how much a small size of 20, 30 gram herbs. And of course, where do you find herbs in Amsterdam? Where do you find herbs in most of these European countries? The herbs are from where? Africa. You've been told that when you take it raw, you will die. But then it is in European shops as tea. We have noni tea. We have built a strong noni tea. I'll not talk about the efficacy and efficiencies of it. You'll be amazed. But then we'll deal with the marketing system when we get to that stage by Dr. Susan Tata. So, how many Africans branding or producing, manufacturing their own organic products, and yet the world seems to not know because your own brother and sister would not buy. They will not buy because they don't have to buy because you have no name. The brand is not Gucci. Gucci is not an African name. The brand is not Nike. The brand is not this. The brand is not that. Because these are names of individuals. So if you should name Noni, my product, and put my brother's name, Bismarck or Nanaya, or this is a bullshit, excuse me. What is this product about? They want the lyrical names from the Latinos, the lyrical name from the Chinese, the lyrical names from the Americans. Where do we go and where do we meet? Now, let's get back a little bit into small politics. When His Excellency Obasanjo, one of the policies that I like, when they closed down, that nobody will bring frozen foods in terms of branding, we can say, okay, chicken from Brazil as a brand. He stopped him. Why? Because he has farms. Nigerians do not allow chicken to be introduced or to be imported to Nigeria. Then we had a certain Babangida, we had certain Buhari, we have Abdul Salam, etc. Also being rice farmers. They said, no, the rice in Nigeria is the organic one, healthy one. We will not allow perfumed rice to come here. You buy the Nigerian local rice. Think of it. They have sustained it till today. But then if we be able to do rice, because we are farming rice, if we be able to do with frozen chicken, because we have also poultry farms, and then crocodile farms, etc. Why then do we worry ourselves overly and overly about the industry that has the money of the world? That is the health, the medicine, the medications. The health industry, COVID had demonstrated to you and I, that is where the world economy is. Because a healthy nation, that is it. The people need the health to live and perform as a human being. These herbs is now a brand of the Chinese. These herbs is the brand of the Americans. These herbs, let's go. Why do they sell organic products, organic herbs in Holland market, expensive more than their own chemical produce, tablets, capsules, etc. But then we on our own, we are gifted. We do not want. Who gave names to those? The Latino or the Latin names given to those herbs. Who manufactured them? I was not born with Latin. I was not colonized with Latin. Latin had been an Asian language. When did they sit down to research and give the herbs? Our own bushes, our own weeds, our own what? Trees. How did they get to know the botanical names of it? And they are using it to perform magic. And we don't see ourselves using it, but rather we want theirs, the chemical ones, that in the long term gives us adverse effects or negative effects. Now, on the flip side, look at clothing. Look at wax prints. You mentioned what you are wearing. Beautiful. From where? Ethiopia. Have you forgotten about the Kenyan wax? Have you forgotten about the Swaziland wax? Have you forgotten about the South African wax? Have you forgotten about the Kente? To the extent that in Atlanta and other parts of the United States, you get to the most high profile, maintain again, high profile restaurants. The VVIP, you go there is Kente. And they will surprise you to tell you the cost. But when you come to Ghana, we only get the Kente, or somebody may use it only when occasionally there's a wedding traditional. Beside that, myself sitting here, I've not bought one before. I do not want. Why? But somebody sits somewhere and cherish it. So if Africa and we are not consuming our brand, I bring you into a certain theory and a reference point of a company in Ghana for the purpose of legality. I can't mention the name. Ghana has, like other African countries, the most juicy, beautiful, sweet pineapple of the world because of the nutrient nature, the top class nutrient of our land. Fruits in Ghana, well, has different taste. I'm not the one saying arguable anyway, but one can research. And the size of fruit in the world, in Africa, the bigger size of any fruit ordinarily. Abnormal size is also found in your country, Cameroon. If it is plantain, it's different. If it is orange, the size is different because of also the nutrient nature of it. This company in Ghana, whereas the European Union have banned pineapple from Ghana out of nothing, and we could not push the agenda and ask why. Whereas the Mexico, Their pineapple is just like a ball, small ball, very hard without juice. Because the farms in Mexico the farms are for Europeans. Ecuador, San Salvador, Dominican Republic, and all this, Peru. That is where Europeans are having their farms. So in the last 5-10 years, when Ghana pineapple it is finished before arrival in Bila shop, Spar, other shops across Europe. There was a certain agenda to stop it. And our governments, and your government, my government, the African government, could not push, could not argue, because it's not theirs. It's only for the Ghana issue. Deal with it. They block it. Seriously? Yet, there was an introduction of an European company now in Ghana using the same rotten pineapple, the same rotten brand, which is not acceptable in the European market. Ours that doesn't see fertilizer, chemical, natural, organic ones, they claim that no, they don't want. The European company here, every evening, releases in tonnage a full container or a full air cargo. A full cargo comes to Accra on daily basis to pick this, how do we call it? Juice, pineapple juice. Carrefour in Paris. In the morning, people wake up and go and queue for what? That brand from a French company, that brand from Ghana, the same pineapple. It is poison in Europe if you bring it as a Ghanaian. It is not poison when they are taking it from a European company. Where at this level, where do we come in? Where do we come in? I beg your pardon, sorry. Sorry. Am I on? I think my video had gone off. Sorry, public.
You're on. I don't.
Hold on a second. In a minute, I think the video went off. Check.
But we have you.
Okay, stop.
All right.
I'm here.
No, you don't have a camera on here. Turn on your camera on this one.
Hold on a second. Yeah, go. It's turned on. Yes.
Okay, wait.
So I'm here. I see myself. Okay. So whereas we over here have not been able to articulate our view, we've not been able to push our brand that it is the best. We can name and name brand, either food, brand, either clothing, brand, either any form. The authentic, the organic one is found on this sweet continent. But like that you said, the mentality created out there that we only like big bottles, of course, indeed. African man is also our brand. But now Europeans and whites even like our big bottles more than us. You see? So there is the situation that when there is a policy to complement the effort of the people, what is the policy? The policy of disallowing certain brand from coming to the African continent, as Europeans have done it. In that case, as the Americans have done it, in that case, then we will be able to use. But it depends on you and I. The consumption, the taste, and the preference, and the choice. So whereas we are considering the taste, we are considering the preference, and then we have to choose. And then also comes the African methodological funny thinking of the inferiority. Inferiority complex is where we are talking about now. Why our brand is not accepted by we ourselves. You mentioned of Ethiopia, and you mentioned what you are wearing. But if you go to any big or high-profile restaurant or a coffee bar in Europe or elsewhere, the coffee they want is the coffee from Ethiopia, the coffee from Kenya, coffee from Lakota. Away out there. But every African traveling from Europe, coming back down here, have reprocessed with a different European name where they don't have any coffee. That is what we want. When you give them next coffee from Abidjan, I don't want it. So, yes, you say Africans are not jealous. I would say that part of it is that we are. Indeed, we are. We are indeed jealous because that is where and how we are at this thing. That is where we are at this thing. Because if not, how could it happen that something that we have them, we rather go out there and give to other people to go and reprocess it and bring it back to us. And we don't want it. We don't want it. In any form.
We don't have you on camera. Okay.
But I'm on.
What's happening?
We don't have it.
All this alien.
In any shape, in any form. So for me, I strongly, it's not that we don't have the technology aside, the machinery aside, as I mentioned in my video, how you got it, heaven knows. The machine is only there to complement. Yes, it is true. It will take a time before we can design. But then who says that Europeans have also not copied from where, or Chinese did not copy from Europeans, or the Koreans did not copy from Europeans, or the Japanese did not copy from. Copy in technology is like that everywhere. So we can also use people's machines just like how they are using our raw materials. But when it comes to the usage and the patronizing and patronage of our own products, that is where the Turkish is ahead of us. That is where the Chinese is ahead of us. Because the brand of a restaurant in Bepanda in Cameroon, Douala, when I have a date, I will ignore where I will go and drink or eat a proper indigenous food called it the branch of Africa. But rather, because it's an occasion, my birthday, I have to go to a Chinese restaurant for my people to see that, yes, I have arrived. How many Africans built restaurants and managed to succeed in Europe? Yes, we have deficiency in management because our school and education orientation has somehow also wrongly or maladjusted us. So we have that deficiency. Our management administration is very bad. Let us understand. And we'll get there. China got there. Korea got there. Japan got there. Brazil got there. Emerging markets, they all had their difficulties. But a Chinese arrived here will first and foremost look for a Chinese restaurant. An Indian will look for an Indian restaurant. But an African will look for an Indian restaurant. An African will look for a Chinese restaurant. An African will look for Brazilian restaurant. An African will look for Mexican restaurant as the brand for the people to know that, yes, that is where to eat a good food. Does anybody cook better than Africans? No. Is there any sauce, beautiful and very energized, strong, healthy than Agusi? But how many do we pull them to eat yes, ours, as against how much? We're discussing politically, African leaders crying that the Russia-Ukraine war has affected grain, our flour. We don't have flour. Bread has become expensive because Russia and Ukraine is fighting. Seriously? Is there any continent that is fertile enough to have grain to have maize, to have corn. So if you have them with a very wonderful rainforest, balanced rainforest, balanced weather, as against theirs that has two critical seasons, they are able to produce, manufacture, or produce grains called flour and bring it to you. And you are sitting there crying over wheat. So we'll be crying our kids have not gotten wheat because Russia and Ukraine is fighting. It is not, we don't want it. It is complex, silly economic calculations, bad policies, lack of defense. One country on the continent of Africa that I always cherish in terms of their policy achievement. I'm talking about the aviation referred to Ethiopia Airlines. Ethiopia made it a law and is so enforced that if you will not allow Ethiopia Airways to land in Heathrow, you are not allowed British Airways to land in Addis Ababa. That's very simple. By doing so, they fly to every destination, and the most popular aircraft that served the entire world throughout the COVID. And yet, Adnan, the WHO Secretary General, is from that country. He was able to push. So where is the brand that African, that we are over 1.6 billion, that we cannot say that we are sitting here, and then a gold is mined from Ghana. No Ghanaian wants to marry having a wedding ring or a wedding band designed as a Ghanaian brand. No, no, no. They buy air ticket and go to Dubai. Meanwhile, the Emiratis are in Accra in a hotel, buying the raw gold and take it there, design it, we go and bring it and put it. And then the announcer, the master of ceremonies on the day of marriage, will announce that the ring was imported from Dubai. That is inferiority complex and craziness. Madness. Madness. Let's see how our jewelers, our gold dealers, who are jewelers at the same time, who design a ring and go and sell it to Dubai or sell it to Saudi Arabia. They want your raw and design the brand, put the name. Look, doctor, are you aware that oud, if you know oud parfum, oud perfumes are the most expensive in the world. The Rabbani, the Pacos, etc., all come from wood base. Where is wood? Where do you get the oud perfume? The tree, the plants, the leaves are from where? Is that not the same Tanzania? But people from Tanzania who are designers or producers of cosmetic products using perfume oud go to Dubai market and buy the processed oud. Meanwhile, the trees are in Tanzania. Very sad. In Mombasa, Kenya, go there and find out the oud perfume market and where it is processed. The white man comes to buy the oud concentrate, organic one, and take it to Paris, perfume by adding spirit and other chemicals. Bring it back, put it at duty free shop. An African man has arrived. The money that you made in Europe, they spend 2,000 buying perfume to go and give a gift. Let an African design the same perfume in Accra, in Lagos, in Bulawayo, and sell the perfume cheaper than that. Even though that one is organic, nobody buys. Coffee-related cosmetologic products, the most sweetest and amazing in the world. Not the coffee as a drink only. Ginger, cosmetic products for hair, the best. Whereas in Europe and other parts of the world, where, tell me, in Europe, where do they have ginger? In the Central Africa, America, Latino, and Africa. And to some extent, maybe some kind of part of Asia. Yet, tell me which one do we sell? Tell me which of our products are in our duty-free shops, our brands that belong to us. And tell me the African airports, the duty-free shops. How many Africans do you see them standing there buying shea butter? But how many Africans reaches European people airport and buy containers shea butter and bring it back as her product, her food? Meanwhile, when you go to the northern part of Ghana, shea butter is the most common thing that you can get. Organic one, authentic, the one with destiny, blessed. We will not buy that one because the packaging has not been written that it is Paco Rabanne shea butter, and you need it. And you see an African when giving the shea butter, the container is finished, like you see in your African homes, especially you, the ladies. When their perfumes are finished, you still see the bottles decorated with bottles. Empty bottles. Whereas just an oil, oud oil, a single drop, a finger drop in your palm, rub on your body, organic one from Kenya, can stay on your body for 4 days. And the more that it shines, the more aromatic, beautiful, sweet. We don't want. We do not want. Let's talk about fashion designers. Let's talk about fashion designers that have come out from UK, in New York, and Paris. Is there any brand, fashion designer, better than a Senegalese in Paris? I'll tell you a story. I'd gone to Montreal, 2002, and I'd gone to a certain Greek man's shop. He sells blazers, jackets. And there was this amazing jacket. I fitted it. That jacket was costing 370 Canadian dollars. I said, I won't let it go. I bought 2 of it, 2 different colors, because I like it. So, whilst coming, the Greek man, I asked him that, I know Canadians, yes, Montreal, they are designers. Is it a Montreal made? He said, no. Is it French made? He said, no. So if it is not Montreal, it is not France, Paris, then it should be Milan. These are the home of fashions. Is it Milano? He said, no. Then he asked, where do I come from? I said, I'm from Ghana. He said, this jacket is from Ghana. Are you serious? He said, this jacket is from Ghana. Then he asked me, you know SYZ company? He said, designer. I said, I don't know. Okay, he brought the tag from his invoice book and showed me the telephone number. Indeed, it was a Ghanaian number. He said, from where you came from and how you bought it, that is why I know you are in love with it. But it's sold in your country. But here, that is my best-selling jacket. And whoever comes, they know it's an Italian design, and I tell them it's from Italy. So they buy it because it's an Italian design. And the designer is an Italian. That's what he tells them. He's telling me because he knows I'm not a competitor. I'm just a consumer from Africa. I'm going back, transiting. So he gave me the number. My dear sister, I flew back to Accra. I couldn't wait. Even arrival at the airport at night, I called to check if the number works. And the number was gentleman picture. Victor, his name was. How are you? I'm fine. Are you a designer? Yes. Where did you learn your work? He said, my father was a designer in Togo. We were sewing for that. He had the man in his family. So he learned from his father, but he's late. Are you in Accra? Yes, I live in Accra. I was born in Accra, Ghanaian. Where do I see you? I see you. He showed me his address. I went there. The kiosk will not give you the appetite to believe that he did it. So when I showed him, he told me where the shop, that somebody comes to buy here, and he doesn't know where the man takes it to. And he believes that it's either in France or somewhere. I said, no, I met it in Toronto. And that is where I saw it in a shop in Montreal. He said, so, and there, one machine. Sadly, one machine, no knitting machine, nothing, manual. The gentleman was sitting there. Because a certain white man had seen his work, and then he did a creation, something, he created something for the white man. He went back, so he brings his materials and give to this man. He sold about 50, 100. Go and live in a hotel. So he will call guys to support him, design, collect his bar. He's a tourist. Nobody checks inside his bag. He picks it up. He goes to sell them how much. So when he goes with 100 and sell it to 50,000, 200, how much does he make? So if you sold more than that in bags, look at what he has made. And no Ghanaian wears this gentleman brand in Accra. But thank God, my loving spirit tells me, so every year, not less than 5 or 10 times, I make sure he designs something for me. And there is no place that I wear his jacket that I take to. Somebody, being a white man, a blue man, a green man, will not ask where I bought it from Accra. Yet, it's not Gucci. Not at all. Talk about the Senegal. Boubacar and Co. Go to Dakar. What they do, give them 2 hours. Go to Radisson Blue Hotel. Go and sleep. Come back and pick your dress. Shocking. You will see the beauty of an African brand. Whereas a white man or a white designer asks you that, what is this? What about the Kano tailors? What about the Abuja mosque, central mosque? The dresses that are there, that brand, we've not been able to promote. It brings us, if we're talking about branding, it brings us to many things. Like today, until now, that the West is beginning, or the world is beginning to accept that brand. Brand is not only the clothing, it's not only the food, it's not only the food, even the music. That now African brand is being pinned and played in every discotheque that you go in Asia, in America. Whereas American Atlanta discotheque beds, they sing Nigerian songs more than me being a Ghanaian. So we can do it. We can do it. The direction, our education, and the policy support, and the compliance, and the taxes. So we discourage ourselves to understand. Look, when we're kids, and you and all of us, you only believe that the only person who can throw up concerts, of course, an American brand at Wembley and got the place filled up will be the Tina Turners, the Michael Jacksons, the Bobby Browns, etc. But today, Burna Boy kills every part of Wembley if he's featuring. Is that not African brand of the music? So we should be able to reflect that yes, the Europeans and the other Western users, they have naturally just rejected. But it's the way how we call it in marketing, positioning on the shelves. Positioning on the shelf is what is lacking and making our brand not being accepted. But then also among ourselves, the intertrade, because our borders are not open, because our customs do not understand the douane, because they don't get it. So crossover, if it becomes so expensive, so frustrating, I cannot throw my dresses, I cannot buy and take it to Cote d'Ivoire, then when I go to Dubai, I buy it. But if the government were all to unite and understand and try to do what is called protection of our brand, giving way, giving access to our manufacturers, our designers, and others across board, arts, everything together. My sister, it is still undoubtedly the richest continent of the world, but we have not harnessed our resources. A country, Malaysia, as poor as it was, has one of the best species in terms of fishes in their ocean. And Malays are very lazy in some years, in the 70s, because of the kingdom and the monarchy. So they didn't want to work. Then they took the Chinese slaves, the Chinese workers, who are fishermen. They came over. The Mongolians, went to Malaysia to be employed by Malays and do fishing. So over the period, they also bought their canoes when they secured their resident permits and naturalization. What did they do? What they do is that when today there's a bumper on the sea that there's too much fish, tunas and etc., a Malay goes and get a full vessel within 2-3 hours. They will come. They will go home and bath because it is enough. But when there's a bumper, there's too much in the ocean, the Chinese will go more than 20 times. Make sure they store in their fridges, in their containers, more. The next 2 weeks, the sea is dry. The Malays will go, nothing comes out, they come back. Chinese now start selling. Listen to the introduction of a law in Malaysia called Bumi Pitra law, the son of the land. Move 200 meters away. So what did the Malaysians people to build up their country? The Chinese were moving with an accelerated growth, faster rate, because they were getting money, selling fish to the Malaysians themselves. So if that is the case, how do we do it? When a Chinese establishes business here, again, when a Chinese establishes business here, the government will push a Malay to get closer and also have your container or the same fishing container nearby. Then the law says that wherever there's a Malay, a Chinese should go 500 meters away. So Malay comes in, Chinese move in, the Malays will fail. Then the Chinese will go the other side, neutral place, build up, clear up, start building, the Malays will move in. That is how Kuala Lumpur works. They move them out. Bumi Pizza law, which has existed today until some years that it was abolished. When the Chinese gained ground politically and their citizens, they said we will not agree to that. Let's see how in African years you'll be allowed to do that. Rather, the African custom system, Duane system, the Ghana, the African Revenue Authority will charge the African brand. So we are not able to even to sell. Part of it is our own arrogance. That we do not know smaller money. We don't do business like the Japanese, where they will take coins. At the end of the day, they take advantage the more they can sell as compared to the few they will sell, and then they see at loss. We want a bigger attribute. So it also has to do with orientation and understanding of marketing. It also has to do with the practicality, which is not existing in our education system. Because the theory, tell me, let the Holland and the French show where they have their poultry farms. And that all over Africa, including my good country, Ghana, what we know, chicken from Holland. Let's go. Is it Amsterdam or Amsterdam or Utrecht or Den Haag? Where did they have the Holland farms? Holland farm. They don't have any poultry feed there. No poultry animal or any chicken. All of them from Poland. All of them from Ukraine. All of them from Russia. So they will go out there and buy primary without any tag, without any packaging. And then they come in raw. They bring it to Amsterdam and do repackaging and make it made in Holland or product of Holland. It's different from made in Holland product. So you see product of Holland. Is that not the same thing that they do in Singapore? Singapore, show me where they sell anything, where they manufacture it. It's a service nation. They service countries' products. And most of the products Singapore is selling are from Africa. But yet, we are not using our product. We rather go there, buy at an expensive cost and come back with it. We had one shoes. We had one slippers before a white man knew how to wear slippers. They didn't show us. We showed them. Yet, we don't want anything designed by us because there is no marketing protection, neither there is any law to support. And we, the people, if we refuse to think, assuming quote unquote, without any true or favor, we are fools. Somebody from somewhere has to coordinate us, and that is what Europeans did. They are afraid of the law if even nobody is standing there. They are afraid of the law if even the police is not there. Why do you go out with your dog and the dog mess up on the street? No police follows you. European will collect and put in their pocket and go. Is there any police there? No. Because the law was made for people and they have to enforce the people too. It's the same thing that branding. So much as we will do our part, then we need also a certain energy, like Nigeria did, in their poultry industry and their rice. How many tonnage, kilos, dollars, in pounds were they ordering rice from Vietnam? Poor country like Vietnam today is one of the fastest growing economies because of Vietnamese brand clothing, sneakers. They brand it. They don't need to write made in America. When it goes to America, make a product of America. They don't care. They're taking their money. How many of our products, how many of our designers, cosmetologists, etc., created like what I've done, that our own people will patronize to that extent. But let's see African shops across Europe. They'll go to France and buy chemical products that will what bleach or even destroy, their skin. Yet back down home, the shea butter that repairs it, they will not buy. They don't want. They do not want. Coffee, shea butter, ginger, cocoa-related products. Cocoa alone, you can get more than 200 different pieces. We have done 21 out of NONI food, all organic. And we have the capacity to do more than 50 research that we've done, writing the data so that we will not forget in the future and build. And yet, no chemical is dropped inside. And they are actively working on human body. University of Pretoria, South Africa, is the best when it comes in terms of the whole South African standardization or standard evaluation, which has the same standard like the Holland and the European Union. They were amazed because they had not seen even NONI before. And when we had presented and written our small lesson and attached and gave it to them, they could not believe what the fruit, the juice, and what it could do. Hurriedly, they granted all the applications because of what? Now it is left with marketability. How Dr. Tata will use it and then introduce your sister and introduce your brother that is made by a brother, but it's not Gucci. It is not Gucci. Somewhere in the 90s in Europe, 94, etc., there was a pullover designed by an Italian Milano designer, which was called Carlo Carlucci. Carlo Carlucci pullover that people were putting it, he was sewing it in Kenya. Carlo Carlucci. was the most expensive pullover in Europe in the 90s. He made his money. The stuff, the material, the texture, the quality, everything. It was a Kenyan and then, how do we call it? Zimbabwe made textile. So he sold them and go and put his brand and put it in Milan for wholesaling in African. If at that time you don't wear Kaluchi pullover, you are nowhere, you are not. You can't even get a girlfriend, an African in Europe. Because your pullover is just baga, 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 baga. There's not anything to write home about. So we can go on and on and on and on. But interestingly, look at the president of the Republic of Benin, Patrice Talon, whom I admire so much. He said that when you mention the country of Benin, the first thing that comes to mind is voodoo. So the brand of Benin, voodoo is a brand. During his tenure, he said, look, I built a biggest museum for all voodoo before practicing, how do we call it, priests, or the local priest, or the traditional priest. Come and take an office. Do your consultations there. But mind you, don't come and slaughter any animal and destroy the place, and don't come and use your teeth and then tear off the head of any chicken or hen or fowl. No, that one is in the bush. But then the herbal medicines, including witchcraft. If anybody wants witchcraft, because Brazilians come over, Americans, Black Americans, Caribbeans, Europeans, they go out there for witchcraft detection all over. So when they come, go and put them in Sofitel. Let them go and pay and show you we see that they are keeping us Sofitel. Radisson Blue. Let them go and sleep. If you take 3 days, take 5 days. So they will stay more. And then the consultancy fee, legalize it, legitimize it, pay tax. But when you are selling your drugs or your herbs, I don't want to know. You can bring it from the bush, but let your office. Let the people also believe your brand. Not every time that you'll be staying in the bush and be doing funny things with even the top quality voodoo stuff that you are still practicing it remotely. So it is not well branded. So as we speak now, he has a voodoo museum and they are making money. There is the thinking, practicality, protecting, because the people didn't know. And now those who have gone there to learn Buddhism, you will not go and be in the village and go and dash $50 or 50 euros for them to learn the whole year Buddhism and go away. Not in the eyes of Patrice Talon. You will take consultancy fee and pay tax to the government. Go and teach the person of Buddhism. But even don't teach all. Leave the better ones and let them go. They will come back again. Look, there are three crafts. Africa is the only, we believe that our craft. We believe crafts, the West. Europe have, America, they created aircraft. Is that not what is flying all over? They created spacecraft. Is that not all what is flying all over? Then we said we have witchcraft. What comes into mind when you hear of African plants of witchcraft to kill? Are we serious? Spacecraft, we applaud the new technology, the new versions. Aircraft, they are doing Weber Wright aircraft. Is that what we have today? Now we have dreamliners all over. Where's the African craft? Witchcraft. What does it do? It will not make somebody give birth. It will make somebody's eye blind. Who could do this, they can do that, they could do that. All manner of foolish things. That is the brand that we also do not appreciate, modernize and make it work. But rather, we've been told that the only craft from the African continent is the witch one, the bad one. So we can talk and talk and talk about brands, music. We can talk about it. Until recently, before, I remember when we threw up the release of Nelson Mandela, at that time in Europe, in Austria, and there was a concert thrown on behalf of the South African people. And we invited organic, authentic musicians like Jimmy Cliff, Eric Donaldson, and some bands from Nigeria came. One bandstand to do music, there were 120 members. What? Juju music band, 120 people. And all of them are music. They play instrument by instrument. Talk about Zimbabwean musicians. Talk about other musicians on the continent that have come and gone. The South Africans, the Miriam Makebas, etc. If they were fights, they will still be celebrated till today, till tomorrow, forever. Michael Jackson never died. Bob Marley never died. But tell me, the African one is only the history. Sometimes the name will pass through. We don't protect and then patronize our brands. So it's a key component of economy, and that has grown up the European economy. Not that they have anything more than us. They live on technology. They don't touch their resources. They don't touch their resources. When they see the people attention going on that mineral or that mineral resources, there's a law to bring in the environmental protection law and the act and severe it, forcing the people to believe in technology, believe in electronics, believe in automobiles. That is where we are going. And then also medical supplies and health, and then machines and equipment for hospitals. That's all what Europe needs. The next thing is only taxes and services of products. But we have all at ourselves free. Cassava can do how many things? Show me in Europe where you can grow cassava. Where do we have popcorn? You sit in Africa and import popcorn from United States. Over the seas, shipment alone lasts 2 months. In the case of other African countries, 3 months before you see the shipment, and you have it in the container. You're waiting. Yet, you have the grains dry, getting rotten. Even at a point, our goats, they don't like it. It's too much. Yet, our governments are crying for grain from Ukraine. They should stop fighting and produce grain for Africans. Because we don't like our brand. We will not eat what we produce. We will not sell what we have also made. Our popcorn made in Kenya will not. Our popcorn made in La Côte d'Ivoire not. Look, I'm so proud of La Côte d'Ivoire. Regardless of the political impasse, which I do not like the style of breaking or breach to breach the constitution by Alassane Ouattara. Look at the accelerated growth and how he has done to the Côte d'Ivoire agri sector and the things that they export. As we speak, they are leading or about the first 5 best nations exporting cashew. Among the first best 5 nations exporting banana. But I live in Accra here. I wish I had a banana imported from Romania, but no Cote d'Ivoire banana. So, Doctor, it's high time. And I thank you very much with your vision, with your knowledge, with your zeal, and the enthusiasm and the love for the continent. Even though to some extent, we have a problem with governance in the country. Nevertheless, you've done well for promoting, bringing such kind of topics. Not every time that we have to discuss about when somebody will overthrow, who has the best policy, and all those kind of scrutiny. The African politics and politics, that seems to be nothing. I will not forward one interview. I would rather advise you to make it Africa as having conversation. This is a conversation. Because when you tell somebody you are going to interview the president, then you leave them. They get traumatized to go and do research. Like you do know me. I've never granted anything for interview. We have conversation. 5 hours. I don't do research and people. We like to be organic. So please from now, have a conversation with Africans. They will tell you their story. And let's put everything together. And let's develop. Now we have established in Accra as what? The African Free Trade Continental with the design of all concepts and technological ways and technical meaning. At the end of the day, what is the after protection and helping? Coming up with law that no. If it is a cocoa product, we will not allow it from China. China doesn't know cocoa. If it is coffee, Africa has a coffee related. It must be brought here. But then if they want to bring theirs, we will sell ours to them. How many African airlines have been crashed? The brand of Ghana is supposed to be one of the best. It's crashed for the past 20-something years. And when Ghana Airways have gone down, it gave access to all European airlines to fly Accra 7 times a week. Yet, we, as an African country, Ghana has trained more professionals in the industry of aviation, more than any other country, including pilots. Yet, now every airline that flies to Accra has a full complement of Ghanaian dispatch. No white comes. And be able to dispatch out. They are able to dispatch aircraft. Tell them there is no Netherlands or Dutch citizen at the local level, at the airport. British Airways, all dispatch. Ask me, where is our brand Ghana Airways? We don't have. We don't have. How many African airlines even got what? Got crashed, more or less. For which? Because they got to a time we were not patronizing our own brand. You want KLM, you want British Airways, you want it because sometimes you blame us because our brand, we don't teach it well because late departure, late landing, and a whole lot of things at the end of the day. Whilst others are running making money, we are running making loss. So it is key that you open up such conversations. And I thank you that you said you offer this platform for people to come and discuss about their product. It's another way of creating the awareness and selling the product, selling the content. And then over the period, we should, yes, we are late, but it is not too late. We can accelerate. If Korea, as poor as it was, if, how do we call it? What's the name? China, as poor as it was, and other Southeast Asian countries, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and now Vietnam. Look at where they are and where we are, because they are selling the brand, the macaronis, called the Indomies. They are selling apparel to America. Who knows how the brand Kia cars were accepted in America, now being the fastest selling or the most highest sales of American SUV cars by Korea. Yet, when they are first introduced their car, America crashed 3 vessels for poor quality. They persevered, they continued with endurance, ability, and they managed and they broke into the market. Tell me one single African bicycle that you have today in the West, in other parts of the world, compared to how of them that would bring them. So it's high time. And like I said, God bless you so much. God grant you that kind of always the wisdom, the power, the enthusiasm, and the spirit, and the love for African. And all of you, if very few of you were to do the same, and not to use the platform only to discuss about who is in opposition. We have eaten, we've consumed, we've dined and wined with politics. Here we are. Now we are talking about practical terms that leave the government to run. Among ourselves, let us sell our products. When I have money, I can take my son to whichever street I want. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you so very much. I know, it's always coinciding when I'm here and you're here, so people start hearing echoes. I mean, this thing started yesterday. It's just all crazy, but that's not the point. I think so. That's why we have to speak one after the other, or I go out, you go out. So, it's a pleasure. We thank you. I mean, this is the way forward. There's just no other thing that we don't have any business in the world than just the business of doing our stuff, minding our business, drinking our water. Exactly. That's very good. Powerful. That's what you're doing. We're gonna be doing this thing like we already started in the beginning, having these conversations with you and other manufacturers. So we have a lot, like I said, and I think one of the biggest issue is the communication. For what I said, a lot. We spend time belaboring ourselves only on politics, on leadership that is not doing anything. But the leaders are living world, so of course we have just ourselves, and because we have ourselves, we have to fight for ourselves. So everybody, they will recognize us when we're big in that industry. That's the point. The point is we think that leadership or important people make the decisions and we work with them. No, we make the decisions and be top and they come looking for you. That's just the fact. That's the more reason we need to do our own things, fund our own things, promote our own things. And honestly, we're becoming so relevant and everybody will come after you. I mean, this is a brand that we all started, Pan-African Daily TV. So imagine one of the things that I think, and that's why we're coming up with a senior executive to say we have to start promoting our manufacturers as well, because if we were not promoting Pan-African Daily TV, people will know that we exist. So some of the things is that we're not using our platforms properly, and we're not consistent, and we're not on it. So we'll be singing these songs, and when you people come, the manufacturers, and present to us, right? You have some manufacturers that don't even know how to brand, how to even fly. I was saying it yesterday. We have the upcoming project in Germany in June, and we're calling on the manufacturers, we're calling on the projects owner, innovators, African intelligence in every sector. Why? Because it all starts with traveling. Traveling is knowledge, is business. When you travel, it's not just only that we come and just, lock our minds somewhere and sing and dance. Hey, people, you travel, you see. Your eyes become big and big and big. Okay. Yeah, so that's the more reason. Traveling is a whole big industry. It's a whole big business. It's a whole brand. Intermarriage, dating, it's a whole $1 billion businesses that people are making out here. every other thing that people are doing. It's not just only about fabrics. It's not only about music. Look at how Africans has taken music to the next level. Sport, entertainment, games, everything you can think about on this planet. So what about that? So we need to take our businesses to the next level. If you are a producer, innovator, you manufactured anything, please just begin to make fufu and sell. Make fufu. Just make fufu with all sausages. Sometimes people think to open a restaurant you need to do 10 menus. Open a restaurant only with fufu and present all the fufu of Cameroon, of Ghana, all the fufus in the world, and just with different types of soups. I mean, we're going to find African restaurants everywhere. Because our African restaurants, why we don't find it? Why, like you said, brother, why is it that our restaurants are not popular? Because we sell rice all the time. We sell rice, and you can be beating rice and Chinese. Chinese have gotten up to rice and they eat it now with with sticks. Okay. And so now we're already adopting even pizzas on the continent. What a shame. We're about adopting kebabs and stuff, and even sausages. If you come to Germany, it's all about sausages. Every other thing will come third, fourth place. If you go to China, every other thing, I don't even think you'll find one. Everything is just rice, and you're obliged to. So let's make, just like you said in your presentation, which country is the role model? We need role models for some particular things, and then we all would overcome. And you talked about Nigeria, but I think some sleeping giants and very small, minute countries are beating Nigeria. Okay. And they will beat Nigeria when Nigeria continues to sleep. So we're coming out with a lot of stuff, challenges. We're going to challenge this continent, right? And we're going to show Pepe into these these ones that always think, I'm sorry, you need to disconnect your phone. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So we need to put ourselves to challenge. We're not challenging ourselves enough. We're too privileged. We enjoy life. We dance. Africans are really the most privileged people on the continent. We have so much rich continent, but we just enjoy. We just enjoy. Our problems have never been made by us, never were created by us. Our problems or solutions or challenges were always brought to us by others. We knew nothing. We were just running around, enjoying our sun, our weather, even without clothes on, eating, dancing, making huge families. That was the African. Until they came and started lying and stealing and fooling and saying every other thing. Oh, you are this, you need this, you even need clothes. We didn't even need clothes, because of our weather. But now they're the ones that are even going nude. Every other thing that they say you African are not is what somebody else is doing at the expense of business. So, but we have to understand dynamics. Like you said, bro, it's all about business. Somebody has to kill Peter to pay Paul for something. Africans, wake up. The game is not about which good leader, which what. Honestly, it took us so much to figure out this whole thing. It's all about business. And so when we empower ourselves and our businesses, to be honest with you, you won't even complain about the leadership. If you're doing fine, your family is happy, we're all ourselves, and we just love ourselves, and that, to be honest with you, you would not even know the leaderships that are doing bad business by ruling. Okay? So just come to think about it. The presidents are in business against the people. The politics is in business against, the people. The economic is in business. Some people have to stay poor so that some people get money. All right? Some countries have to stay weak so that some countries become powerful. So everything is just a mixture. But now when we step up to say, mind our business, drink water and mind our business, and we start putting our money into our brands, organizing ourselves, mobilizing ourselves. To be honest with you, United Nations, Africa Union will look at you. They will call you at the table and say, can we do business? So let us mobilize. That's the simple trick. We mobilize, put our monies, our brands together. The so-called big people that you think they're big, we're the smallest people. They're looking for people like you that mobilize, put money together, and they will come to you. They don't invite a poor man. They say a poor person, even if you're as intelligent, in a family meeting, you're always like a problem person. Anything you say is like you're the one causing problem in a family meeting, right? So when we say we create, we mobilize ourselves, we put our brands, we put our monies where they are. I'm very happy you're coming to Tubingen with this brand. I'm very so much happy, and I can't wait to be the brand manager of this brand. Now I have more than 5 brands. Mandela Coffee is coming out, the unique coffee for peace on the continent and its diaspora, and I'm the brand, and they're soliciting Pan-African Daily to be the brand. Now, organic Noni is coming up, and apparently Noni is a plant, but Noni is also a village in my region. Noni, the people of Noni. And they call themselves Noni because of this fruit. This fruit is everywhere around there, until they just call this community Noni, the Noni people, okay? So these are all things, this is just the list of what we're talking about. Imagine the diversity, the ecology, the biospecies that we have countlessly. There's no reason for us to only sit and complain. We need to pick these things, reproduce them, buy them, build our communities, and honestly, the government will recognize you. United States will invite you to come for business. But right now, we are powerless. So we need to get to work. These are first examples, every other example, my own brand or our own brand, all of us here. You say, this is our brand, Pan-African Daily. Do you know how much we're solicited now? We are solicited all over. We don't even have the capacity. Now I'm begging my senior executives and begging all of you to come on board. Look at how Al sitting here. He can speak for 6-10 hours. It's just like us, because creative people don't need to learn to read any stuff, people. But we need people to host Al so that we can go around and manage other businesses. And we keep calling. We can do these things. You see, just sit here and let him talk and educate and educate. There's nothing wrong. You punch only a button. Nothing just so amazingly wrong about this thing. In the past, they will tell you, oh, you need to go to Harvard, get how many 20, 30 PhDs to be called an Amamport, to be called this, to be called an opera, to be called on. But you know what? Technology just came and rubbished that nonsense and say, you know what? Hey, pick your phone and just punch live, and you can sell anything. Somebody's going to buy it. You know, we talk about Europeans and Caucasians. They are already at the last that they sell anything until they had to sell you even energy. And you must take it because they challenge you to a place. Sell anything. Honestly, I tell my youth, sell anything. Somebody is buying something. Somebody is buying something. Look, churches sell hope, sell faith, sell spirituality, sell what? People buy. All right. Everybody. So a product is not just a clothing, a food, even an idea. People are selling idea every day. Just sitting and just selling hope. Inspiration, speakers, motivational, I don't know what. Same thing that you know every day. They remind you and you're paying for it. It's time to sell. Thank you so much, Brother Al, for bringing this inspiration, bringing not just the knowledge, but bringing something we can touch, something that we can oil our beautiful bodies, something that we can drink and nourish our souls and stay young forever, ever, ever. Okay, something that we can challenge our love, our love sentiment. Why not? I mean, so we are into this thing. We are in the village, and the village is becoming more than the town. All right. Now everybody is running back to the village. That's why I love being a village girl, and I stay a village girl because that's where everybody will go and come back. Am I lying, Farouk? You go everywhere around the world, you go back to the village. The village doesn't leave. So be a village man. And you see, some of those things, look at our fabrics. That's another topic for another day. When we wear our traditional fabrics, for instance, like in Cameroon or West Africa, we call it is the native. The Nigerians call it is the native. I'm wearing native today. In Cameroon, we say, I'm wearing country clothes, or I'm wearing my traditional attire. Why? This is some kind of, I don't even know how to describe it. I don't want to be ignorant, to be arrogant here. Why do you call your fabrics, your clothes, native, traditional, country clothes? Why? So which one is modern clothes? Which one is town clothes? So which one is, and these are all these components of how tricky this language that was never our own. Because there's nothing like country clothes in my dialect or in Chui. No, there's nothing like that. If you say it in dialect, it's just going to mean cloth. But because English came and just rubbish the whole thing, now we can say this one is native. Nigerians call it the native, right? Like the Kente, they call it native. So when we're going to some particular ceremonies, because we come from royalty, then we wear those ones and say, this is native. No, we have a cultural festival, so I dress native, or I dress in my traditional attire. Give me a break. These festivals happen once in a year. If you have to dress one time to go there, so you buy only one. And that's why we don't consume our clothes, because we always wait to go to church on Sunday, naming ceremony, to some kind of traditional thing. Then you want to look African only on special occasions. But that was wrong, because that's the European tradition. They wear suit when they are looking, or they want to go to baptism or do some stuff. You African are African 24/7. Yeah, we look beautiful, we're diverse, we wear any kind of thing. But we have to stop that thing. Oh, today is my country clothes, or my native, or my traditional when. Then that's when I consume it. That's just a lot to learn. Al, am I lying? Please, let's close this session, because we're going to hit some 5 hours here. So yes, I mean, you have preached, not preach, mentor. And I love the comments, the chat. Sometimes when we pull back, we just love. I look the chat. You are the biggest community of the biggest buyers, of the biggest minds that I know. Pan-African Daily TV community. I don't know any other. And you will not believe it. YouTube keeps thanking us for our community. They've never seen a vibrant community as the Pan-African Daily TV community. So that is it. All right. So I would take in some calls, because I hear people say they want to talk to their husbands, and they see their husbands alive, the kings alive. They just want to make a call. So let me fix the studio links, and please, we would be ending this show in the next 5 minutes. So hurry up and call +49 1578 211 2379. You want to share your concerns, your appreciation, anything that you just want to close this session with. I would be picking this call directly into the studio, okay? Only WhatsApp, please. WhatsApp only. WhatsApp only. Okay. All right. I think I have a call coming in already. Hello? Hello?
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Susan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Please, thank you. Thank you for calling, and welcome to the Pan-African Daily. All of us are listening to you. So go ahead, my queen.
And welcome to my husband, Farouk.
Yes.
Thank you.
It's always a pleasure to listen to you.
Thank you.
And I want to take this opportunity to ask you 3 very sensitive and important questions.
Okay.
So if you don't mind,
I don't mind.
I'd like to ask the first 2, and then after you answer that, then I'll ask with my third.
Okay.
This one, the first one is political.
Okay.
Yes. Like, it is important to keep it positive, but the truth of the matter is the current state of affairs in Ghana is very bad. And it's like this, God forbid, will not be the first time that an African country has been destroyed through bad leadership. And we see the appalling job Nana Addo is doing. And then I see things like the International Criminal Court issue an arrest warrant for the crimes Putin is doing. So I want to ask you, in your opinion and your expertise, is it possible that the International Criminal Court can put an arrest out for Nana Addo in terms of humanitarian acts like the short of vaccines? Like there is a shortage of vaccines for basic things like measles in Ghana, which is killing our babies and giving some health issues and other issues that is going to be for the rest of your life. That is one. Another thing, humanitarian and other ways we can get Nana Addo. I know in the terms of Putin, they're saying that it's kind of impossible because he never leaves the country. But in the case of Nana Addo, we see that he doesn't take anything serious, especially from the citizens. So he could be arrested easily that way. And the crimes of Galamsey, like how do you destroy over 200 rivers and there's no consequence for it? At what point that the Africans say this is enough? And in closing to that question, what kind of body or group of person can go forth to petition that request for the arrest of Nana Addo by the International Criminal Court? So that is my first question.
Okay. So
excuse me. Should she ask all the questions, and then you take? I'm talking because of the connection. Or you want to answer?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Says just give all the questions. If not, if she's answering and that it will cut off, you know, we're not stable enough. Go to the next question and the third one.
Okay. So, in terms of my second question, is this like I'm hitting a lot on Ghana because that's where I'm more knowledgeable.
Yes.
So there's a common belief in Ghana that is either going to be NPP or NDC, and a third force is so hard to come about, and the movements with the fix the country and so forth, and the outcomes of that. I would like Mr. Farouk to explain the possibility of a third force in Ghana in the simplest way of how it can truly be obtained, where we don't have this constant bounce of NDC and NPP doing the same things to Ghana, because it's like, at which point does it change? So if he could kindly explain the possibility of a third force. And then the second part of that question is, if he will consider, if things being put into place,
Be the
standing
president.
for that third force.
Yes. Sister, 100% with you. Yeah.
Yes. And then my third question, if you don't mind, if I could possibly ask that after he answers.
Okay. All
Or
right.
you want me to give it now?
Okay. So we take the two questions, and after that, then you call in back, okay? Because I have to put you off.
Oh, okay. No, then let me just say it now.
Okay, go ahead.
Also,
That's
this
what I
is
was
the
saying.
third one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I see him he's such a great and amazing human being. And me personally, I haven't been the same since the day I found out that Kwame Nkrumah built over 400 factories during his period, and those factories have been destroyed. I think there's only one or two in some rotten, embarrassing, despicable situation. And I haven't been the same since I heard this. And although I'm building up my knowledge and all of that so that I can be a better person for my race and put an impact, I wonder how he as a human being and all of us can see how he could save the continent, how he could save Africa. Like, what are his greatest fears, and what the thing that puts him off, that maybe people don't easily get to see because you're not always privileged to that kind of world, that turns him off for roles for such things as the leader of the United African Movement or the president of Ghana.
Sister, whew, I'm all ghost here. I don't know if someone is like me, but this sister, I need to see your face. Okay. And do we?
All right.
Is it okay, or you still have one question? There's still one question, I think.
Yes, I love it. And what is he going to do with that information?
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, sis. Let's listen to this king here, and if there's other some things, we'll fix that one along the line, isn't it? He's already getting shy. Just listening to you peppering. You know, our men are shy. Doesn't matter. I don't mind them as you see them like this. Our babies are so shy. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, sis. So, yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, my love. Thank you. Bye.
Okay. So first of all, the echo.
Wait. I need to get out of here.
Okay. All right. The first question has to do with the bad leadership of Ghana in her view, and then the humanitarian aspect as a result of the bad leadership leading or making the country short of immunization drugs for kids, which in her view means that it could also lead kids to die, or it could affect their health, etc. So she therefore means that it also amounts to humanitarian. So if it's a humanitarian issue, then it means that how different is it from Putin, who had been also the, how do we call it, asked by the International Criminal Court to be arrested, or an arrest warrant had been issued on him, and that could Putin be arrested. And if he could be arrested, then he expects the Ghana president, but also humanitarian breach to his citizenry, he should also be arrested. Now, bad political decisions can only influence an election result, making a government stay longer. Good political reasons or good political decisions, it impacts a country positively. So yes, one would say that in terms of humanitarian, somebody yet to trigger the law, which I will refer to her, she herself. An international criminal court does allow people's petitions through the legitimate and the proper channels, which you can petition them, substantiate, and then effectively back your claims by evidences. For us, you'll be able to say that, yes, it is true. The bad leadership of His Excellency, the President of Ghana, has led XYZ number of cases, and that you are present for your case to be heard, and for that matter, an arrest. It is possible that you can petition and you can push that agenda. Yes, These are things that we haven't tried as citizens. So having that mind, I'm saying that not is not any individual from petitioning the International Criminal Court of whatever you deemed bad in your country, in your citizens, in your community, or your area, dependent, or your continent. So she's allowed to do that. In terms of Putin's arrest, let us not forget one thing. It's not the first time a world leader, call it a president of a country, has been put on international arrest warrant. But let me show you the dynamics of it. Omar Bashir of Sudan was one time put on international arrest warrant. And then we also had, how do we call it, Colonel Muammar al-Gaddafi, when he was declared a fugitive, he was also put on international arrest warrant. And then we've had one time also Hugo Chavez, who was also put on international arrest warrant, and now Putin. Now, in the case of Putin, the dynamic is that somebody somewhere or the international community have gone to solicit for such an arrest. The question is whether he could be arrested hangs in the balance. On that, I would say the answer is capital N-O, no. Why? Because if today the United Nations General Assembly is sitting, or there's a Congress, His Excellency the President of Russia, Putin, for your information, even though in the eyes of the international community that petitioned and that secured that arrest warrant, he can still fly to New York. He can fly to New York or to Washington in the case of the flight arrangements, to New York, JFK Airport, from JFK Airport to the 5th and 7th Avenue of America, the UN Plaza. That is the international dynamic. Whilst he's sitting in a car, and the car still, American government that is hosting the UN must be able to give him security. The complexity here is that even though he had been given an arrest warrant, one of the countries that puts the agenda, of course, United Nations, the United States is part. Even at JFK Airport, they cannot arrest him. Rather, they, the Americans and the international community, it is his right under the UN law to protect him to the UN General Assembly. So they will make the trip from JFK through the Holland Tunnel and enter the west side of Manhattan and enter through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th Avenue of the American, the UN Plaza. Nobody can arrest him if he's on that road. However, after the UN General Assembly, within the UN, they can still not arrest him. But the moment he leaves the UN Plaza and leave any of these aforementioned streets, and you find him somewhere in the Bronx, Grand Concourse, or you find him on any other street, Sheridan Avenue, or you see him in Queens Boulevard, out of the UN routes to the airport and back, UN, the United States, can trigger the enforcement of the warrant for whichever court, international court, that granted. So ask yourself, what is the world trying to say? Isn't it funny that this is a person who's been wanted by the International Criminal Court, established by all of us, by law and on merit? If they are declared the person wanted, why does he come to US and come? And for that matter, where all these presidents are sitting and they were part of this application and nobody does anything to him. You will have a handshake, you will have a hug, you will laugh, you will dine, you will wine with them, you sit in the car, the driver would direct him under the Holland Channel back to JFK. Nobody would do nothing to me. In the case of Omar Bashir, he was declared wanted. Arrest warrant issued. Throughout the time for over 10 years, he was still going to UN General Assembly. He didn't step out of the boundaries. So the arrest warrant was virtually nothing. Now, Colonel Muammar Gaddafi, when he was declared by Reagan and Margaret Thatcher as fugitive, and for that matter, he had a standoff with them until the turn and the tenure of Tony Blair, who rather made sure the whole thing was crushed and then reorganized a friendly relations with Libya. Gaddafi went to UN General Assembly several times. Nobody did nothing to him. When the Israelis declared Yasser Arafat as a fugitive and demanded, and somehow they also claimed to have secured international arrest warrant. Yasser Arafat was a guest always at the UN General Assembly as a head of the Palestinian organization, PLO. Nobody arrested him. So, where could he be arrested? In Kenya, it is the choice of Nairobi government. In Moldova, it is the choice of Moldova government. In Iran, it is a choice. So what does it mean? What it means is that if he knows that America, France, Belgium, Germany, which is more or less what Germany is a neutral, they wouldn't do anything to put him if he goes there, even today, this morning. Switzerland will not do anything to put him. Vatican will do nothing to put him. So if, let's say, some countries, I can also strongly tell you that a lot of countries will do nothing to him. It's an application filed, and that application granted. It's up to the enforcement, because bear in mind that the International Criminal Court has not got an enforcement task force team that will say that we are going to Russia, let them go and see, to arrest Putin and take him through which flight. This is where it is. Let us not make mistake with this kind of politics. Because if he goes to Vienna today and he said UN approved conference, whatever that it is, Vienna cannot arrest him. He will go in there and leave. So if whoever wants to intercept him in the air, let them do. But where the task force for International Criminal Court? So mostly, when you hear this, don't get frightened. However, it has been a law always against the Africans. Laurent Gbagbo was picked up from the Côte d'Ivoire with assistance of the French army. Blaise Goudet Charles was picked up also from Accra, en route la Côte d'Ivoire, sur la route, en road to Abidjan, and then air transported him to Holland. On the southwest or south of Nigeria, Akwa Ibom State, where Charles Taylor was picked, he was tricked by the same Obasanjo, whereas he had gone in and then for a safekeeping as a refugee, he was tricked to move out, and that there was an engaging, a possible attack on his life. When he moved out from his household, that was when they picked him. They were able to transport him to Monrovia, subsequently to International Criminal Court in The Hague. And then other examples were the breakaway republic, Tachik and Co. in the then Yugoslavia, who were also sent from picked up. Leave this. Who else? Who else? What happened about Peru? What happened with Pinochet? What happened to the others? Pinochet was in his 90s. Before he was around, how many years was he also internationally declared to be arrested? And yet, he was going to America to attend Union General Assembly. What about Hugo Chavez, who was not only the International Criminal Court had nothing to do with Hugo Chavez, but United States of America declared him to be arrested, and yet he flew to Washington en route LaGuardia or the JFK and went to the UN General Assembly back to back and had a handshake with George Bush, who declares him to be arrested. So, my dear sister, we are talking about politics and international politics here. When you hear some of these things, leave them. It's a tea party. Let them sit and drink their tea and say whatever that they want. We don't need them. So your two questions in one are the first, the leadership, bad leadership, leading the shortage of XYZ is humanitarian. That one day, if you have a flexible judge who understands the life or who values or who claims that he will be a crusader and will not allow any president to maltreat his citizens, then of course, maybe that will be also granted. And when it is granted, let's see how His Excellency the President to be arrested. Either by when he goes to Togo, or when he goes to Cote d'Ivoire, or when he goes to the African Union Summit in Addis Ababa, whether he'll be arrested. That hangs in the balance. So it's a complexity with legalities combined. But the bottom line is that even today and yesterday that Putin was declared to be arrested, yet he left Moscow, he left the Kremlin and went to the Mariupol, where supposedly the Russia took over or had been in control and collapsed the city. So why didn't the NATO that is flying around, that is close to the Poland border, close to the Ukraine border, and close to the other neighboring countries, why didn't they move in? Using the arrest warrant that NATO has the power and the strongest army of the world, why are they not going to arrest you? So NATO should collect the arrest warrant and then enforce in Moscow that the arrest warrant have been given. Who is the applicant here? We only hear of the granted or the granting of the International Criminal Court have been granted XYZ arrest warrant. But who is the applicant? They didn't state. It has not been stated. Who is the applicant and whom was it granted to? Was it granted to NATO or was it granted to the European Union or it was granted to the United Nations for the man to be arrested? So please, I won't delve too much, but that's at least it explains the complexity of how you could be arrested and how you will not be arrested. If he's out of Moscow and enter Mozambique, and the Mozambican government decides not to enforce, let's see how they can arrest him in Mozambique. And I don't think any country, France or UK, can fly to Mozambique that they are going to reinforce because we don't know who the applicant is. And we don't know on whose instance is that warrant granted. So if you find the answer, maybe to help us with that, our discussions and conversation. Now, you made mention of the Ghana Tech Fest. Yes, it is true. Ghana can have a Tech Fest. Yes, it is true. Ghana is not prepared for Tech Fest. And let us not forget that even in the United States, there had never been a Tech Fest party since Rose Perot, who was always with only 2.5 margin of the American elections for several years until he stopped. America has not had. Germany, SPD, CDU, have been the forefront. What have they done? Yes, there are small parties, but it has not grown to be strong. Nevertheless, they have been consistently able to produce parliamentarians about 5 or 6 every electional tenure. So for them, that is their margin, the heights that we can go. But if you look at all the Christian democratic parties across Europe, which we call them the International Democratic Forum, the IDF, the Paris, all the Christian democratic, the conservative parties, including Ghana Party, MPP, had also joined the International Democratic Forum. They are all conservative parties. You understand? They have made it in a way, the Christian Democrats, that every country, they will make sure that they crush the third parties so that there will be two. So they know who their opponent is. It's not different from Holland. It's not different from Belgium. It's not different from the Austria, SPO, and then also SPD. You understand me? So that is how it is all over. But in the case of Ghana, what will happen is that the population of the youth is still the highest, just like in Nigeria. 18 years to 38 years, Ghana is about 54. But our Ghanaian students, the youth who cry for unemployment, have they ever given their support to any independent called the Third Force Party? The last elections of 2020, what was the Third Force Party? The Third Force Party was a pastor who didn't have a structured party and decided to contest as an independent presidential candidate who got 116,000 votes nationwide. So eligible voters of 14 million or 13.5 million. The next party, which is the third party, only got 116,000 people nationwide, which is about the size of the daytime population at Makola Market. So there's no seriousness. But then, of course, now we are seeing the emergence of new politicians, etc. But all of them, they belong to these blocks. So let us see that if any of them contesting for the primaries of NDC, contesting His Excellency the President, the former President Mahama, or if any of the MPP who are also seeking for re-elections as an incumbent party to go third term, if any of those three primaries, Kennedy Japan, Alan Martin, and then also Vice President Baumia, if one of them loses and decided to also to go for independent and have a third force, that one is possible. But on the physical, on the normal face value of it, it is difficult for anybody to establish or create and form a new party and rise it to become a strong force. Look, people have said that a third force, Peter Obi. For your information, Peter Obi had been there. He was a vice presidential candidate in 2019 to Atiku. And then the members that he pulled out to the Labour Party were PDP people. And some even the moderate APC people who defected also joined. So there in disguise, he was also a member of the other party, I've forgotten the name, LP something. He was a part before, when they had a problem with the leadership, who to rule, who to lead the party. And there was misunderstanding. That is when he went to establish the Labour Party. So it is not as if it is a new party. He established the party, created the party, enacted the party, and formed the party in Lagos, where he had domiciled. So it is not in isolation. Our case is a different scenario. We've not seen that politician who wants to be that. But then I'll say, listening to you, I'd rather also refer that you are strong force. You have a political idea, very bold and strong lady. Why don't I also come back and encourage you also to come down and form a political party, being the third force, and then having the first women's party in Ghana next to Ecuador, so that we can also support you. So it is a little bit of a difficulty. Let us not forget about the fact that it has to do with also financials. Ghanaians don't spend on parties because the money is not there. The local government of Ghana is the weakest. That is why the member of parliament, they are able to manipulate, infiltrate through the primary system, which is abolished in most of the countries. So if 10 or 20 executives at the primary level take you as or elect you as the member of parliament for the area, as long as that area is MPP, from that day the 10 people approve you, you are already in parliament. That is the system and the constitution we have in the Ghanaian constitution. Not only the leadership, the two parties have done together 32 years in the Fourth Republic, they seem not to be able to change. They don't want to because it benefits all of them. So let me encourage you and wish you well. And if you are not living in Ghana, wherever you are, mobilize the new blood, the new people to come to Ghana. And then also, you certainly will have the students on your side, campaign and try to convert for to be the third force. But as it looks now, it is still a bit bleak. Last one is the mention of Antenna having 400 parties, and yet it's level 2. It's rather unfortunate with governance. And then the political philosophy of the previous Ghana. We've had 12 to 13 presidents or head of state of His Excellency Nana Budankwa Akufo-Addo. So all of them seem not to have added stock, but all of them seem to have done a little or some little, but generally they haven't done that much. But if you do the comparison, it is also a little bit striking because I also at that time compared what Ghana could have done more than the 400 factories you are mentioning that we didn't do under Dr. Nkrumah. Yes, arguably, he said that he tried his best to secure the independence or grant the independence for Ghana. But beyond that, I would also have Ghana and compare to Algeria that we built the Ghana House, which would take about 10,000 people a night, free by Dr. Nkrumah, also to Algerian people. What about the Nkrumah flats in Egypt? We don't have that flat. It's also in Ghana. What about arguably the Kenneth Kaunda University of Zambia when he also helped? What about the Guinea ministerial blocks when they were using blocks? Ghana was using Ministry of Agri. It was a wooden block. So you see, political ideologies, they all have their faults here or there. But what kills the country, or what I would have addressed, that when you have the opportunity is that Ghana, like any other African country, are suffering, and then the defects or the effects, which comes as a punishment to us, is the party and their designed manifesto that they take into government instead of a national plan development document. Cameroon is not having. Bobia is ruling Cameroon with his party philosophy, that is his party manifesto, that seeks to enhance and then make sure the party will stay in power for long, regardless. It is not different from Uhuru government. It is not different from APC. It is not, because all of them went into government with a party manifesto, which to some extent, the time the manifesto were written, some of them were drunk. But that is the document they are holding as the file and the key component to rule the country, but not the national development plan. Now, in my case, if I could be the third force, as you propose, and not only you, yes, Ghanaians drum home every time. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. The disappointment is that the policy advocates in other parts of Europe and other greater nations are not part of the political family. They are not politicals. I see myself as one. I see myself as somebody who cannot lie to my people. I see myself as somebody who will not allow military to kill because I want to survive. I'll see myself as one who will not bank money in a bank, and yet women deliver in the hospital on the bed floor. I see myself as somebody who will not make sure that kids, they are walking around without proper parenting, or kids being abused, and then the people abusing them are people with money, and the law does not affect them. Maybe it will be a different dimension, or it will be a different dynamic, or it will be a different view approach by me, which might not will serve the purpose, because we are used and accustomed to even the abuses and the disrespect and arrogance by our leaders. So if you want to change it, you have a little bit problem. We can only sit back and talk. I can call myself as a policy advocate. Whether it's taken or not, that is okay. But for me to be part and form part of a third world country, party, it is difficult. One of the things we would also you shouldn't forget is that in your country, Ghana, the constitution establishes what is called office of the first lady. But Ghana constitution, I have not seen office of the first gentleman. What does it mean? It means that even the designers of the constitution didn't acknowledge that a woman would be a president. But then in the same constitution, the office of the first lady, it means that you must at all costs, a man being a president of Ghana, you need to have a wife. And unfortunately, maybe I'm not attached. I'm not having one. So I can't be a president of Ghana, a bachelor. So these are some of the disappointments. So I believe your 3 questions, even though there were 6 putting 2 in order, it will answer your concern. So until Ghana changes the constitution that non-married people can also farm a presidential bid and be able to rule the country, that one maybe we can join. So have a good day, good evening. Thanks.
Whew. Wow. African encyclopedia. I even just don't know how to pronounce that French word. Encyclopedia or I don't know. My God. Tell me the word in Chui. What's that Chui? When they say the knowledge of the ancestors. What is it said in Chui, Al? Drink water and all right, drink water and mind your African business, my brother. Yeah. Really, I mean, whew, this conversation was highly needed, really highly needed, because you can see we are almost cracking 4 hours, and it's okay. It's very, very okay. If you're tired, you can go to sleep, you wake up, you rewatch, and you see it took 4 or 5 sessions. So I'm going to chop them off into the 5 sessions and then upload it for particular interest and for purpose of learning, okay? We are so tough, people. We are so tough and so determined. Nobody is moving. Nobody is shaking from here. Everybody is just here. And I can imagine on the continent, Al, what time do you have in Ghana right now, honestly speaking? What is the Korean time?
We are putting the next 13 minutes. 10 p.m.
10 p.m. All right. I know, like in other countries like East Africa, it's already midnight and stuff like that.
Yeah, midnight. Yes.
Yeah. So, I really want to congratulate everybody, every person. I mean, this kind of determination activates us to stay on course. Regardless, anything that we think, oh, maybe politics or this is not working. I tell you all the time, every speaker that comes here is on mission to educate us on one thing or the other. And to be honest with you, the same questions you're asking my brother is the same questions people kept asking me. Dr. Tata, you have to be in the AU, and this is... Please, people that come on Pan-African Daily and are doing Pan-African work are bottom top people. That's we are not called into that mission. That's really not our mission. Okay. Thank you, Cheryl, for making that. Cheryl said this is the most informative show yet. You see, exactly. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Cheryl is a senior executive member on the Pan-African Daily. Synovia as well. Kojo, Coffee, all of us. Act for New, Baba. We are just a whole global family. You see, we're not tired because we have that desire to achieve, to attain an objective, just like you. I can imagine I've been running around trying to get you from one meeting to the other, even throw you out of some meetings that you must leave the meeting just to answer my call to be on the show today. So that is how determined we Africans are in a humble and a passionate way, but in a firm situation, to say we can dance, we can laugh, we can eat like Sister Patricia, we can do our stuffs here, but don't mess up with this community here, because we're in for real, for real. We are that community, and I'm telling you, we're enthroning this Africa. There's just no way about it. This is us, the chosen. Whether it is from the preachers or the teachers or the mentors, okay? Each and every one that is called is being chosen by the Most High and put here, yes, and put here to actually, all right, to actually be on this mission and purpose, okay? So it is very, very important for us to understand that our mission is not just, oh, we come, we talk, we love, we talk politics, we talk this. No, there is a message that you must have learned here today to understand the purpose why we had to hold this conversation. It was so needed, people. It was so relevant. It has been long that we didn't touch some of these key points of politics, deep in depth into politics. And there is no culture without politics. There's no culture without agriculture. There's no culture without anything. So every component of this Africa that we're talking about, that we're building, is very essential. It's useful. There's nothing that we waste time here. It doesn't matter how we say it, but everything, make sure you're taking a part to understand the purpose why we're here, okay? So I truly want to appreciate you and to congratulate you and thank those who even just show their face. You see, the moment something comes up critical, I see people that I didn't even think that were watching, because you know what the social media is doing to us, right? They will be showing some kind of crazy figures out there to people that are watching us. Like on my Facebook, on our Pan-African Daily Facebook, is 3 people watching. So you see, and that's a Facebook platform with 1 million followers. So it's so ridiculous what the algorithms are doing, to our people. But we see the numbers in the chat room or in the backstage. So who are they fooling? These are all propagandas. These are all discouragement. These are all tools that are working against us. But you see, the purpose and our mission here is that we know who we are. And that nothing should take that away from us. Nothing would take that away from us. We know who we are. That's it. So I want to do one more favor, just one little favor. One little favor. Please, people, don't say, oh, no, this is taking too much time. Please, I want to do one little favor to our sister who called because she has a particular request. All right? She has a particular request, and I want to fulfill that request. Are we okay with that? Let me just hear you say yes in the comment. Are we okay? Just say yes in the comment, and I will do something really special. This is how we celebrate one another. This is how we appreciate one another. This is how we meet up to the needs of each and every one of us. Okay. It's like somebody will want to come live and say we want to give him a shout out for her birthday or something like that. So yes, tell me if you want us to do this, we're going to do this.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. You see, Al is already on the opinion. Yes, we need to do this. I'm just trying to search for her contact here on the stream. It's a little bit, yeah. So Al, what do you want to wrap up with? What do you actually want to end up this session with before we do the surprise for our sister here?
Well, I wish all of you all the best, and then the understanding, and then also remember our identity still as African. Whether we like it or not, and also other continents, other races have all managed to get the done. We should see ourselves That's
That's
a lot
a
has to
lot
be
that should
done.
be done.
So
So
certain
certain
generations, as
generations,
you
as I
mentioned, the
mentioned, the
Nation
nation
and
of
Co.,
and Co.
they play
They
their
play
part
their part
with their
with their
hearts.
hearts.
Yes, they
Yes,
might
they
have
might have
had
had
difficult
difficult
times,
times.
Mm-hmm. Are you here? Okay, it's freezing. Are you here? Can you hear us? Can you hear me out there? It's like no, but because I didn't see any reaction. It's like we are cut off. Can you hear me out there, people? Synovia, Cheryl, Patricia, reparations. Type in the comment if you can hear us. Type in the con. Can you hear us? Like I'm losing Brother Al here. Whew. Can you hear us? Okay, I think he was thrown out. I only hear you, Dr. Tata. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Wayne or Wayne. I'm sorry. I think he was kicked out for whatever reason. Definitely, I think timeout or stuff like that, or battery. You know, I mean, for 4 hours, I think his battery would not really be able. Yes, but not. Yes, but not our king. It's unfortunate. I think he's out. I just think he would be able. Loud and clear from studio. Thank you so much, Brother Marvin. And one that fall. We have a spacious surprise guest that will be joining us shortly, just to say hi and to show face. And this is also another situation that we'll be having on the Pan African Daily. Please, when we are live, you can request the studio link after the guest is, because we want to be breaking our shows, giving the guests some time to drink water, to relax, and as we move higher. So anytime you are live with us and you say, I want to contribute, or I just want to show face and to say and to greet my people here, honestly, we'll bring you live in the studio and give you some 5 minutes, to show your face, to express yourself. There are a lot of us here that we haven't seen ourselves. All of you, you know me, you know my nose. and I know Cheryl. I know Snovia, I know others, but Kojo, we don't know Kojo, we don't know Kwame, we don't know Patricia, we know Baba Marvin, we don't know Kwame. So it's okay. If you feel anytime like joining us in the studio when we are live, please, we would be giving each guest or each of our community members, a global member, the possibility to join us live in the studio, to show their face, and so that we can actually acknowledge them. So we have our first guest today. Yeah, thank you, Cheryl. That is a surprise gift to us, that she said, I just want to show my face. I want to show my face because I don't speak and hide. Most of us have to be proud to know who we are. We meet ourselves on the street so we can greet. I'm just waiting. Okay, now she's here. So yes, this is our sister. This is the sister that made the powerful call to Brother Al. I don't know how Al can leave. What kind of magic can take Al out of the studio right now? I cannot imagine this. I can just not imagine. I can't imagine what is going on. How on earth, sister, you are here? Can you unmute yourself, reparations? Yes, wonderful. So over to you, sis. Over to you.
Hello, Dr. Thank you so much. So sad,
Thank you, thank you. Just go ahead, tell us. I mean, you're the one that launched those questions, and so yeah, just we have 2, 3, 4 minutes with you. Tell us who you are, your passion, what you do, and what are your plans, and how do you find yourself here? What actually brought you? What is inspiring you? What would you want to contribute as a guest next time? Because you're gonna be our guest.
Thank you. And once again, I'd like to say hi to everybody out there. Thank you for the love. And thank you, Dr. Tata, for making this day possible. I just reached out to you. I said I would love to see Al here, and here he is. And I'm so happy for the feedback he gave, for the questions I asked, especially in regards to the criminal, International Criminal Court issuing an arrest for Nanado. Basically, I'm an African woman. I see what is going on in Africa, and I don't like it, and I want to bring about change. For so long, our leaders just destroyed the motherland, and we really don't do anything about it. I stress a lot on Ghana because that is where I'm from, and that is what I'm more knowledgeable on. So it's like, yes, MPP is destroying Ghana. As Mr. Al Farouk said, they are using their party manifesto instead of the plan for the land. So we have social media now, and social media is so powerful. Look at the noise and the attention we were able to generate from things like Fix the Country, how far it took us, and what people achieved with less. And I'm just an African woman who is so fed up of these old leaders destroying the land. And I just want a way out for Africa. Africa, like Ghana should be like, people should be queuing up to be citizens of Ghana and Africa in general, instead of the other way around. Another thing that's very passionate to my heart is how fast we can unite. Dr. Tata, I love and respect you a lot, and especially for the fact that in a lot of your programs, you're always pushing the agenda, what can we do now? So in terms of somebody like Nanado, I have to stress on that point again, because that's one of the things that's very dear and passionate to me, is that what can be done from these leaders destroying Africa. Look at Ghana gold, sorry to say, excuse me to say, is practically worthless now if you compare the damage Galamsey is doing to the land. So, as you explained to me, the Criminal International Court arrest thing is kind of like a joke in a way. So, what could be done to stop a leader like Nado from further destroying Ghana before he leaves or doesn't leave in 2024? And it's like a natural security problem, and it scares me.
Okay. We this is please just give a shout out to this queen here. Honestly, I see Sister Doris Day Fashion saying we need 1,000 women march, and 1,000 women march like reparations. Reparations. What is truly your name?
My name is Heaven Yvonne Williams, but I wish to that need to have, but didn't document. Another thing that we speak in our own language, and we calling ourselves by our language.
All right, that's very appropriate. I didn't actually hear that step because it was just roughing, but it's okay. We call you reparations. I mean, honestly, I used to see your comments and everything ever since you started following Pan African Daily. It's always been about reparation, anything reparation. No matter what we say, reparation. I mean, honestly, I used to think from my feeling that you were from the Caribbean. I don't know why, because my people in the Caribbean, they want to hear nothing. Bermuda, Antigua is reparation. So when you started always, putting reparations, I knew that, but honestly, I truly, truly admire and what you gave as response to Al, that he actually taught, and he has taught even us. I was listening when he explained this whole thing of warrant. Wow, I think that we will have to do a special topic on that, because when we hear all these things, we believe in these illusions, but we don't know that these are just the games of politicians and their businesses or whatever. And so this kind of education is very essential, and truly we love your courage. Hey girl, did you hear what she said, that she's just giving back this to you to come up with a political party? Hey, reparations, I would be your banner. Just go ahead, my queen. Launch a party. I would help you on how to set those modalities. I know. I'm also here. I don't know much about politics. It's on my piece of cake, but I must know it because that's what is eating us, right? Do you have any intentions? Do you think that honestly, I mean, you can do that? Think about it. You must not answer us now. You can think about it. But I think it's a calling. You already wanting the change could be that change if you have that support in another way, in a multiple way. I mean, I need to see the first Ghanaian woman president. Reparations. You. The first one that we don't need to arrest Nana. Let's him we'll just put him to go and enjoy his wife, and maybe they need to make other babies. But we just take over our peaceful land and do something and pour and water the energy. Tell me, my queen, tell me how you need us to support you to be the Ghana president.
In any way possible. One thing Farouk Al-Wahab said that made me happy is that he said he's willing to support and back me. You're telling me the same thing. I have a passion myself to be an MP for Nkrumah in Zima, where Kwame Nkrumah comes from, because I feel that if we were in this modern world, if we say we can't even do anything, we can't even think of nothing, just go back and finish what Kwame Nkrumah started. So yes, I'm willing to help the continent in any way possible.
Wonderful. Aish. I mean, I'm still like, you see, the Kwame Nkrumah is not really going to come back like a man anymore. That force, it has to be a woman, and now we already see it here. People begin to always see your leaders, recognize them, and mark them. They're going to come like this. All these ones that were just playing, yes, they were a leader and they had their own time. But right now, people, this is the time where, as we say, we're being chosen. This one is our upcoming MP, means the member of parliament, because you go through the parliament and then Wahab, can you tell us the possibility how this is gonna work out?
Well, it's very possible. Why not? It's just a matter of capacity, capability, and then abilities of her to, as she has declared, possibly not to be with any of the two parties, but she could be an independent party, independent person who can still also, how do we call it, support himself or herself with the support of the community, the support of the constituency. Of course, this is a constituency that has known maybe a party member of parliament from either NPP or NDC, but basically had been used to NDC. Yes, with a rejuvenated spirit, and then with a new touch and then with a new heart, then with the new energies and synergies, with a new fight, of course, she can just stage with the boldness and then the courage that she has. Of course, speak to the people, tell them what has to be done that has not been done, tell them something the electors would like to hear. It doesn't matter whether she has party A or party B. She can be an independent candidate and, of course, and win. All what she needs to do is that she may have to come to Ghana during the political season. That will be next year around June, July. It means that that is when all candidates, either for party or independent candidates, can pick a form and fight for a particular constituency. And then as she's already aware of the constituency, she has an interest and passion in Crawford constituency. Why not? She can contest as an independent candidate, rubbing shoulders with the MPP NDC, with God on her side, and also with good attitude towards it, good speech, and then also good programs in mind. People would like to hear such kind of a spirited and encouraging, maybe political lady in the coming. Why not? She can easily want to be. So she must just have to identify either she was going to have a party formed or she will be an independent candidate. My proposal would be for her to be an independent because political party, she will go through frustrations. She needs 275 constituencies offices, and that will be something Hercules for her to do. Let her start from somewhere, and certainly she will get there. And I'll be her consultant, free of charge.
Okay, you see, now we're going, but people, this is something, I think this is a gift for Pan-African Daily as well. You know, when we talk about changing the Africa and contributing, we need leaders that we can work with them. And when we see such leaders coming up, we need to identify them. So for me, I'm already saying that this is going to be our first political candidate on the Pan-African Daily that we will all mobilize, whether it's in terms of funding, in terms of support. We will march and make sure, yes, that no matter what time or what age, we will march until the time of the Harriet Tubman. Please, people, let us do this. I'm already filing in for her. I'm already being there. The media would accompany you. The community is here. Synovia, all the queens on Pan-African are already saying our list is granted. So we just go ahead. Tell us what you need to do. I mean, Brother Al is there. And we need a strong husband that would stand behind you. That is very important.
Yes.
You need, because Ghana, office of the first gentleman, it has to be established so that you have your husband to occupy that office. We've never had one before. So while thinking of taking a role of presidential a seat in Ghana, think of also having a very good, strong husband who occupy that seat for you.
So could we be talking to a president? Could we be talking to a president and the president and the husband? I don't know, miracles. How do we want miracles? Could we be talking to the first lady of Ghana and the husband that is a consultant here, people?
The first lady and the president of Ghana is born right here. Yes.
I don't want to get closer to presidency. Anyway, it's good to have good dreams, and it's good also to think very positive. I like every bit of it. We encourage you, as Doctor said, and then we help you and pray for you. A Pan-African would also do her best to project you and project your vision. That is the most important aspect of it. Your vision has to be projected, yeah?
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much. I think, you see, now we already coming to our, not just dating, but to our relationship. So this is a lot of, now, I mean, it can start from anywhere. It can start from here. Reparations wrote to me and said, when I brought up this, he said, I want to marry Al Wahab. That's what he said. And she wrote to me yesterday and said, Dr. Tata, bring my husband to this show. And she wrote again and reminded me, and I could not drink water. I could not even sleep. I started calling Al, and Al is, Doctor, what is wrong with you? I said, please come and quench this fire here, please. So when we bring something, we just say it and we say we wanted to unite our people and stuff like that. And she has claimed it. She has said it. She has said, I mean, she wrote it, my husband, bring my husband. She's not saying somebody I want to marry. She said, bring my husband. So the queen already knew she's going to be the president and she needs a strong, educative, intelligent, somebody that understands world politics, African politics, geopolitical, everything. And so we might just be seeing the first couples that that the Most High ancestors brought to us here on this show. So I mean, I don't know how to celebrate this day. I don't know. I don't know.
I see. Very interesting. Okay. So let's see our first future president, female president. So you have more to do. But in any case, if you want to be a president in Ghana, you must be in Ghana to be the president, not president in America. So you must have to come to Ghana. Political season has already begun until next year, if you know that. So that you can also, there are independent candidates out there that can support your bid, or you join them also to do your justice to your independence agenda. All right. We will not hesitate to give you all the nitty-gritty and a little bit of tidbits. Okay. We'll help you. And I think it's quite deserved. You're a beautiful woman, so Ghana has a young dynamic, beautiful president, like the center of our nation, who is just for the 50 years. I don't know if you believe it. You also believe that.
Oh my God. Adwa, you are the most intelligent woman that I've seen.
Yeah.
You are the most intelligent queen, and this is the spirit that we want.
Yeah.
Number one, you know that even if you will not be able, you need a husband that is already being it. But number two, we have to get the woman and then the man will stay. So, I mean, you already know what you want. That's what we say when we say Africans know who you are. This is a clear example of us knowing who we are, going for what exactly we want. A lot of our husbands are coming here, are kings, are queens, and nobody's saying anything too, right? So yes. I think, I don't know how we can say it, but we're just going to see a lot of amazing. Maybe this is going to be a presidential wedding like Patricia is already saying. And you can imagine us Pan-African Daily in this Kente. Wow. Thank you so much, my people. It's been a wonderful day, and ending up this show in this and I don't know how I want to say, this is a perfect gift to us. Even her asking me to send her the link to come on live, you might think that there's something that was done. No, nothing was done. She just asked me a couple of minutes, please, can I show my face to my husband? Wow, I love that. I love that my husband thing. You know, go for it, get it. You know what you want. I mean, this brother here needs, I don't know, and 10,000 of them watching us right now. Come on the show. The queens are looking to marry you. We're not going to wait for you to ask to our hand in marriage. We are marrying you now. We're the ones saying, that's my husband. And the husband just comes, and I'll be the queen mother. You know, I'm the queen mother of Asin community. I'll be the queen mother to take this whole royal thing, you know. So it has started, Zenobia, as you said. I'm just so happy. I'm just so happy. Yes, yes, yes. And we would continue from Ambassador to Ghana to all the ends. You see, and somebody said, oh, look at Al just blushing. That's how when you get love. Even when you don't get love, the love arrests you. This is the kind of blushing. This is the kind of programs Pan-African has to glow. Not just always talking about, oh, our this, our this. Hey, we're just going to get another wonderful, beautiful space here to celebrate. I'm so loving and I'm so happy. I'm truly jealous, to be honest with you. Okay. So, yes, that's the way. I mean, jealous in a positive, very positive way. And I want to thank all of you. I want to bless you this night. And all of you that are watching, it has been the wonderful and one of the best shows of our life. Cheryl just said it. That's the most educative show that she's learned yet, you know, amongst all. But this one, it was not just a conversation come 2 hours or 1.5 hours or just say something and go or create a content. This is a lecture. This was his call. And Al, we can't wait to see both of you put this program together, come up. But you would be coming to tell us some more about political issues and other topics around. And I will reach out to you. So I want to thank all of you. Adwa, I thank you so very much, sweetheart. At any time, okay? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yourself. Okay. So wishing you all the best, madam. And then we're also following your political interests. So let us know if there's anything that we can help. Okay. Thank you very much and good night wherever you are. We are also, it's already late in Ghana. So we thank also all the cherished listeners and wish you good night. Thank you. Adios.
Make sure you'll be coming on like this, on shows like this. Those of you that want to marry and have husbands and have sent them on the show, and you've seen your wives, or you have them, or you want to marry, you want to connect, and you want to achieve something for this Africa in a spatial way. You know, we only said this and it's coming to happen. So we thank all of you. And I'll also be wishing you on behalf of my team, Pan-African Daily TV, and senior executives that are in this chart here, Cheryl, Sinovia, Kojo, Kofi, Patricia, all of you, James Brown, Get It Right, you know, Kwame. Yeah, I cannot mention all of you. We would be calling up a senior executive meeting, Brother Turner, yes, and we're going to be sending some invitation out to you, but that would be coordinated by our two presidents that are here, Sinovia and Cheryl. Unfortunate sister Nandada, sorry, was not able to join us here, so you'll be receiving an invitation to join us in our Zoom executive board. We are expanding and we're growing and we need more hands. We need more support. We need to divide the work so that we could be able, you know, to mobilize and to reach out to more people. If you're interested also, and I didn't call your name, and you say, I want to be on that team. We're a very passionate team. We just meet, we do our stuff. Sometimes we meet, just laugh, you know, chill out, relax, talk about other things, talk about our private lives, talk about what we're eating, where we're going out, what we think about anything. And then also think about how to put the structures that we're working on for the Africa that we want. So if you feel concerned and passionate, not just being a visitor, not just being in the chat, not just being watching from somewhere, that you say, hey, why not? I just want to take a look. You can just join us and listen to us for the first time. If we are not boring, and you can trust me, we can never be boring. So you want to be a part of our senior executive team. And then from the senior executive, we have our young executive. All right. Our young executives are the youth that we're looking forward, you know, the 1 million youths that we're calling for the subscription to be able. Remember, we promised you in the beginning, give us 1 million, we will give you Africa. Okay. Give us 1 million. And so the subscription is going on. If you're here for the first time, or even you've been here and you just don't know how to go around and subscribe, please go on. Just click the link that I sent. I think I'll have to send the link again here. And you will see the subscribe button. and you can subscribe. It's going to ask you about your email and stuff. Don't be afraid. Google is one of the products that is actually about data and privacy protection. So when they ask you all that, is to make sure that you are not just getting access into the Pan-African Daily TV and maybe start doing some things and will not know who is who. Remember, most of the time we always say, oh, we have trolls here or we have this. Imagine if Google would not really do a double security check to give you access to this powerful global family. So anybody can just click and just join. So when they ask you for your email, please don't be afraid. Don't be suspective of anything that is bad. It is only for your own security and for our own security, for the protection of this platform. Okay, so like it's not just a door that anybody comes in. They check you. So if anything would happen that you would damage this this platform for whatever reason, Google is going to track you and we would know who actually did what. So everything that they ask you in signage is just about your security and it's about the protection of this platform. Okay. Second thing, you need to join the membership. I want to thank Act for New, Brother Marvin. He's been suffering for long, trying to join as a member, but finally he did it today. So congratulations to you, our new member. And our members are going to be recognized. Right now we're putting out, and that's why we need the team to grow up, because you need spatial advantages, spatial recognition, spatial things, spatial peppering for our members, okay? The spatial doesn't mean the people that are not members because they didn't sign in don't get it. But we just saying being a member mean you're the one that we invite to the meeting to be able to put some circumstances or some substance on this project. But a lot of people who are watching, probably because of time, not because they cannot join, because of time and other constraints, we consider you as well. But like making key decisions, because members are the ones that take the responsibility, do it and say, I stand with everything behind this movement, behind Pan-African Daily. And so we owe them also. We owe our members, about finance, about projects, about fundraisings, about a lot of things that we're doing here. We owe our members that, all right? Because our members sign in and they contribute, they donate every month. They sign in a membership, okay? So we owe them also that responsibility to give back. And then how we move our young executives, the senior executive will be coming up like for the international meeting. We're looking forward to actually empower 3 or 4 young executives on the continent to attend the international meeting come June. So they'll be coming up to explain all this to you, everything that we would need. We need your support. So those that are doing the work and those that are contributing, that constitute the whole community. But we still see others that are doing the work and also contributing. That's a good thing. Remember, we say we have to put our money where our stuff is. Pan-African Daily, honestly speaking, due to your support, now we are invited all around the continent. We don't even have time for that, particularly political meetings and bodies. And we say, no, we are only going to promote those that we trust and that we know that are doing the right thing. So be aware of the fact that we are not the kind of a platform where people will just come, dump their products and say, okay, because I'm a manufacturer. No, we do due diligence about you. What is your contribution to the continent? How does your business promote the community? How does your earning goes back to support the communities? These are the kind of brands, these are the kind of manufacturers and products that we take, we call it products for our community, okay? Manufacturers, visions, businesses, we're going to promote you because you promote our people, all right? So thank you so very much. I know it's long, but there's no way we can keep this thing short. If there's something announcement, we have to do it. I want to congratulate you for your time. And those that could not, honestly, like I said, this is the work I'm going to do tonight. Chop up these videos and upload it again. So don't be tired of watching and rewatching again because it truly was long and has a lot of substance. Yeah, a lot of substance in it. Yes, actually, Felicia, we really hope Reparations will join the team. And you too, Felicia. All right. This is an open call to us. We have to do that. Patricia, all of you, you're going to get our invitations. If you haven't sent us your email, make sure you're sending us your email so that we can be able to reach you at panafricandailytv@gmail.com. All right, Daily TV. Oh my goodness. To write this French here. Daily. All right, YTV. Yeah, so we keep sending it all the time, but you can also check on the text scrolling here is all about, you know, the Cash App, this stuff. So please join us. Synovia is saying join us. All right. Cheryl is saying join us. We have only us. Okay, we have us. So we need us. So join us. So thank you so much, my queens, my beautiful, beautiful lady, my beautiful, beautiful, handsome kings. We're ending up today. I hope I'll be able to join you live tomorrow. If not, just understand that probably is because of our meeting, because we're having the meeting tomorrow. But we intend to do it, to host you live and then or we're also thinking we could also just host the meeting live. So you can watch, listen to our meetings and stuff that we do. We have nothing to hide. We are not the kind of backdoor and stuff. But my presidents would have to decide if we want to do it live and invite all of you to join, or we want to do it in the background. And in any case, you still be a part. Okay. So thank you so very much. Love you, love you, love you, love you. Can never love you more than that. But just watch our commercial.
Despite last year's 2002 challenges due to administrative and security constraints, Africa Festival Germany Tübingen, the African Diaspora Cultural Festival, Umoja wa Afrika, announces its epic editions 2023 and 2024. This year, from June 1st to 4th, 2023, the International Meeting of African Diaspora Intelligences in Germany, Tübingen. And next year, from June 6th to 9th, 2024, with new features and many, many surprises. So save the date and be a sponsor. Can't wait to welcome you all soon, very soon in Germany, Tübingen. More info and registrations at www.africafestival-international.org. Malgré les défis liés aux contraintes administratives et sécuritaires de l'année 2022, Africa Festival Germany Tübingen, le festival culturel de la diaspora africaine Umoja wa Afrika, annonce ses dates pour les éditions 2023 et 2024. En 2023, du 1er au 4 juin 2023, rencontre internationale des intelligences de la diaspora africaine à Tübingen en Allemagne. Et en 2024, du 6 au 9 juin 2024, avec des nouveautés et plein d'autres surprises. Alors, notez bien les rendez-vous et devenez partenaires. Nous sommes impatients de vous accueillir bientôt, très bientôt, à Tübingen en Allemagne. Inscription et plus d'infos sur www.africafestival-international.org.
You are watching the Pan-African Daily TV with Dr. Susan Tata. The Africa we want. Unity, consciousness, our culture, our spirituality, our history. One Africa for Africans worldwide. Motherland's calling its diaspora home. Join my voice. Join my team. Join my campaign. Campaign 21 hashtag 1 million subscribers on the Pan-African Daily TV YouTube. Be a volunteer. Apply now. Be the new Africa.